crazy.
Amazing.
I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Yeah, thanks for that. All right. So I'm excited to feature my own co-host, the Patriotic Christian.
Hello.
Yeah. So you're coming off of a big day, so I'll just go ahead and shut up and let you have the floor, man. Can't wait to hear that.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's no words that I can use to... In fact, I'm actually going to show my face because I'm happy. Yesterday was just a massive success. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable in every way possible. And from a Christian perspective as well, it was surreal. Like, from my experience with the world recently and with the rise of atheism and, you know, the hatred and persecution of Christians and Christianity as a whole, to see the support, just the support alone for Christians and Christianity was unfathomable. I was moved. I was shocked to the core. Yesterday, it was, I went on the bus in the morning and I truly did believe either something bad was going to happen or a lot of people were going to get arrested. Nothing like that happened. We turned up. I met with Francis. So I met up with him after. Well, I went around looking at some shops first because I got there quite early. So I waited to meet Francis, and we went and had some food, and then we entered the start of where the protest was happening, where people were gathering. And firstly, I was a bit confused because I was told that the counter protesters weren't going to be anywhere near where, yeah, there we are. I was told they weren't going to be anywhere near where we was. However, there was this one guy that was there, and his name was Nick, and he was completely. I called him Crazy Nick, and I seized the opportunity because I was taking photos at the time, and this guy, he was stood there and he was shouting Zionists to all the people, all the patriots that were there. I couldn't get my head around it. I was thinking, what, are you calling me a Zionist? Like, because I'm not a Zionist. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm pro-Israel during this conflict that's going on. And for democracy, anything that's not Sharia. But I'm not a Zionist. And I don't think anyone that was there was a Zionist. In fact, I didn't see any like normally dressed, what you would basically call, how can you say it without sounding racist? The Jews you normally come across with like the curls in their hair and the top hats and the black coats.
Mm.
Yeah, you didn't see any of them. You seen normal people, like people wearing normal clothing. Mainly old people. There was a lot of old people there. Lots of women. Couldn't believe that. How many women were there? Old women in wheelchairs, and there was also a lot of men as well. And there was people from all walks of life. I met loads of Middle Eastern people, which again shocked me. Lots of people as well who were black. And they all were supporting Tommy Robinson. And in fact, it wasn't about supporting Tommy Robinson yesterday. This was all about supporting and standing for the truth, supporting the West, supporting and defending our Western culture, the Christian way, our Christian life. And that was very highlighted yesterday. There was lots of flags saying Christ is King. And to see that, and there was certain ones saying Jesus is Lord, Jesus is alive. But the main banner which Tommy had in front of him and the security around him was, what was it? This is London, not Londonistan.
Yeah, one
with a picture of the London Mayor Sadiq Khan on it, and yeah, it was. So the waiting. So we were waiting for quite a while, and whilst that guy was spouting off, calling everyone Zionists, I took the camera out. I said, "Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" And he started going on about someone you wouldn't have heard of her, I don't think. I'm trying to remember her name now. She used to be part of this political party called Britain First, and she had this like very more than me, like extremist view on Islam. Like she was her basic view in the past was no Muslims at all should be in the UK, like at all, like completely, which is completely against democracy because we have that freedom of religion. What we don't want here is Islamic extremists trying to force their religion on us and trying to force Sharia law into the country.
Yeah.
And we also don't want to be classed or treated as second-class citizens. We don't want one rule. Yeah, one rule for them and one rule for us, like we've been seeing, not just here, but in the USA as well. And all other Western societies, which is, unreal. And yes, like Rob said, there was lots of Israeli flags there. There was Iranian flags, lots of Welsh flags. I've seen some Scottish flags. Yeah, so they were, but it was mainly St. George's flag and the Union Jack. I mean, of course, the Union Jack represents, the unity between Scotland, Wales, England, and Northern Ireland. That's what I took. So it wasn't just, for England. But it was just incredible. Absolutely incredible. So, yeah, sorry, going on tangent.
No, not at all.
So started filming that Nick. And he was basically telling everyone that Tommy Robinson had got he created this demonstration as a whole to get everybody arrested. When he said that, I don't think I caught that on camera. But we'll have a look at the video in a sec. But he was giving a spiel, and then after I stopped filming, he started going on and on and on about Tommy setting people up and calling us Zionists. Then he started talking to someone else, and he started getting a bit more weirder with his rhetoric. And out of nowhere, the police literally just came out there, they pushed past me, and they grabbed him, and they literally took him away because he was winding people up so much, slagging off Tommy. Because you got to think, we've only got one voice at the moment. One voice in the UK that is speaking the actual truth. Okay, we've got a political party called Reform UK. They're all right, but they're near enough more the same. They're all the same in some kind of context. They're all, inspired by some globalist, let's say ideology. So we're never going to have anything like we did in the past, where people are just representing the UK and the British people. They'll say they do, but they don't. There's behind the scenes, it's all about globalism and God knows what else. So yeah, yesterday, for Tommy to be targeted by someone and the guy to have the brass to not just slag him off, but basically try and talk about violence. He was going on about if he had a chance to see him, he was going to do stuff and what have you. And people were getting very annoyed then. So all they did was chant his name. He said, all you can do is chant his name. And they just did it just to shut him up because they were getting wound up. And then there were some guys that were walking past going, they were snarling, like sticking their noses up and, saying they wanted to knock him out. For me, I was just laughing. I found the whole thing funny. After I stopped filming, I just head in on stuff, just like, what are you on about? Like, Jay DeFranson, that's what he was talking about.
Okay.
I was like, what are you talking about? What nonsense. You always get, and he goes, I'm not from the left. He was going, I'm not a leftist. He goes, I'm on the right wing of politics. I just don't support Tommy. He's a Zionist. He's this, that, and the other. And I was thinking, but then the stuff that he was coming out after was just all radical left stuff. Like he was like talking about Palestine. He was talking about Hamas not being terrorists.
Oh boy!
And you're thinking, you just said that. Right, okay. And then, like I said, these 4 or 5 coppers just came out of nowhere, grabbed him, pushed past me again. So I got my phone back out and started recording. But just before I pressed record, the copper said, "Do you want to join him?" And of course, with me having the Union Jack on me, being at a Tommy Robinson protest, I don't even have to do anything, and I'm a target. So because what they did, although I don't like this guy, right? I'm honest. If I wanted to call it out because it was unlawful. What they did was unlawful. They had no reason to arrest him. He was just although he was chatting nonsense, he was using his freedom of speech, his freedom of expression to exercise that. So, in my opinion, like the police removed him for his own safety, but that's not a thing. You can't do that. Like, it's not a law. It's not written in law. You can't remove someone from, from anywhere, if they're trying to, talk and everything's peaceful, you can exercise your, rights to protest peacefully, and that's what he was doing.
Yeah, to piggyback on that, not to take it off on a tangent, but it does remind me a bit of what they did everywhere around the world during the lockdown, like shut down healthy people. Just putting it out there. Forgive me for the tangent there. Please go on.
Well, that was brought up as well, funnily enough, which is all loaded. Lawrence Fox gave a speech on that because, they basically imprisoned us without us even having to commit a crime. And they managed to lock us all up.
Yeah.
And then, my views are different on the vaccine. Although I have got the knowledge I have now that, it's not as safe as what we thought it was. I've had 3 and nothing's happened to me yet.
Glory be to God.
But I won't have any more, of course. Now I know that, COVID's nothing more than just a weak version of the flu, if anything, in comparison of deaths and stuff. But it was so could you pick up the video of
the smart
crazy Nick?
Oh, that one. Oh, okay, hold on 1 second. All right, I got to do the 1,000 clicks thing here.
No, that's fine. But he was he was. The funniest thing about this all is that he was going on about Tommy and everyone that was, using the protest as a platform to speak, was getting people to come in numbers so that they could get us all arrested to support this Zionist view. It doesn't make sense to me, because if Tommy and Lawrence Fox and all the other, it was mainly Tommy's platform. So if Tommy Robinson genuinely wanted lots of people there to get nicked and to be, have water cannons used on them and God knows what else, there he is, then what good will that do for Tommy or any Zionist? Like, what? I don't know, but let's watch this.
Okay.
Patriotic Christian.
Excellent.
What's your name?
My name's Nick. I'm a patriotic Christian too.
Brilliant. Okay.
And that means I don't think that we can have an alliance with Zionists.
Okay. Okay. So what are you here for today?
I'm here to tell as many people in this crowd as possible that Tommy Robinson is not to be trusted.
Okay.
Because he... Boo me all you like, but hear my arguments. Hear my arguments. Is anyone here a supporter of Jada Franson? Jada Franson from the British... Yeah, go for it. Jada Franson from Britain First.
Anyway. Jada Franson, obviously, I've seen an interview recently that she had with someone. She's changed her view. Yeah, she changed her views. Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, I think she changed her stance in her views on Islam.
I don't think she did. Like. No, she says that Muslims shouldn't be in Britain. That stayed exactly the same. But this whole Zionist construct needs to end. Now, Tommy Robinson, a lot of people won't know this. Tommy Robinson put out a documentary, I think a year ago, called Hope Not Hate Exposed. And what that was a hit piece on Jada Franson, who I'm sure you all remember if you know Tommy Robinson. She used to be the leader of Britain First. She was the face. She got retweeted 3 times by Donald Trump for anti-Muslim rhetoric, right? She was exactly the same as Tommy Robinson. They were on the same mission. But Tommy Robinson has put out a hit piece on her saying that she was paid 50 grand or 5-figure sums by Hope Not Hate to smear Paul Golding as a domestic abuser, when it turns out that's actually true. The whole time that Jada Franson was in Britain First, she was being beaten up by Paul Golding. And now Tommy Robinson and Paul Golding, who used to be bitter rivals, have teamed up to smear Jada's name. So I am here in solidarity with Jada Franson, formerly of Britain First. I am not a leftist. I am not a Muslim. I am a British nationalist. And as you can see, I'm being pretty brave right now because it's just me.
So, forgive me for stepping in, but I just want to make sure, one, we don't get zapped, but also Yeah. So I mean, you talked about him, what he was saying before. We don't have the video of him going off and saying that I'd say the Hamas is not a terrorist organization. Is that what he said?
Yeah, he was basically saying that they were just exercising their right to what do you call it? For resistance, to resist, exercising their right to resist. But I said, so I went along the lines of what, so resisting is, raping women is not resistance. So killing kids is not resistance. Putting babies in ovens is not resistance.
Yeah,
and cutting children out of pregnant mothers is not resistance, Nick.
Yeah.
And then when I started saying all that, I think he kind of knew, like, he was out of his depth in regards of winning an argument with me on the Israel-Palestine conflict conversation. So he wandered off to some other people who he thought were, who looked a bit less intelligent. Let's just say, without sounding offensive, they were just a bit tipsy and
I got you.
Yeah, your typical just I'm here because I'm bored. I don't think they were there for Tommy, so he started picking on them. Then everyone started getting annoyed with him in the end, and they were just, that's why, I mean, you heard that one guy, he just went F off, walked past him, F off.
I gotta say, I like his response. He goes, "Go for it." Is that a typical British response, or what?
Yeah,
his response to F off was "Go for it." I never heard that one before. That's a pretty good one.
No, I think he was like basically saying, "Yeah, okay, that's fine." All right, cool.
All right.
But,
I mean, that's why us Americans love the British. I mean, your response to everything is just so polite.
Well, I think, we're classed as very tolerant, patient people, but like I've said on some other platforms before, there is a line with the Brits, and once you go past it, you see a very don't forget, like, the UK is a very small island, and the amount of wars we've taken part in. I mean, the British Empire was absolutely something else, especially for something so small, for it to start from. I mean, but yeah, that's a different subject for a different day.
All right.
So yeah, let's keep watching this.
All right.
Versus everyone. I'm here in solidarity with Jada Jackson and anyone who has been attacked by the campaign against anti-Semitism, who are the people that told the Met to arrest Tommy Robinson. No, they don't want to hear the truth. They just want to yell, "Tommy, Tommy, Tommy." That's not an argument. Does anyone want to talk to the other baby? Would anyone like to talk to the other baby rather than just saying Tommy's name? Because
Yeah. All right.
So Elizabeth Victoria, what she just put up there was 1,400 shekels. Salaries for terror prisoners rise over time from. So Palestinian martyr families. So yeah, that's for So, but there's also that they have like this reward system as well in Palestine. Well, they did before the conflict, where if you managed to get away with killing a Jew, you would get, I think it was the equivalent of $10,000 per Jew. I think the more it went, the more you did, the more honor you brought to your family, and the more they would then top it up, and then you got a bit more on top to recognize your work, so to speak. But yeah, let's not get into that, because do you know one thing, Nico? Right, I was talking to my partner earlier about this for months now, and do you know what? There's a fellow YouTuber who I used to watch, which inspired me to create my channel, and his name's Simon Reverend Sideways. He lives in the UK, not too far away from where I am, and he's a lorry driver. He's a truck driver, and he started recording about the problems way before anyone else did, before even the big names came out. The problems in the UK that we face, and is, you know, with Islam and the immigration and COVID and everything else. And yeah, he started to be Reverend Simon Sideways. He's absolutely brilliant. I was on his Discord. You could actually like see him every day. He'd be on there. You could talk to him face to face on his live stream. He was on Discord and Telegram. So yeah, so I used to follow him, but he literally put a video up today explaining that he hasn't been on his channel or made any content recently because he's been so depressed. And a lot of it, he said that most of it stems from just from what he's been doing, making the content. It's been too depressing. I run with that, because the past few months of all you see on TV is stuff that you don't want to see. All you see in society is stuff that it goes completely against your morals, goes completely against your beliefs, goes completely against your, you know, everything that you love and cherish about yourself, your nation, and everything about you as a person, as an individual. Like for me, it's a Brit, being a Brit. And, you know, it makes you mad. And not only you go past that anger, and when you go past that being angry with it, you do fall into, you know, some kind of like depression. And it is sad. And I've noticed it. I started before yesterday. I started getting really, really wound up about things, and I was just like in a bad mood all the time, especially listening to GB News. You know, when they do show you snippets of the truth. They're a lot better than mass media. They're independent news, but there again, then they won't talk about Tommy or bring him on the show. So he's too far right, and they call themselves, you know, they go against the left, but apparently Tommy's too far right. But yeah, so it's like listening to some of the stories you hear of what's going on, all the wokery here, there, and everywhere, all the Islamic stuff here, there, everywhere, the attacks, this, and you're thinking, oh, everything's just like everything's out of control. No one's standing up. No one. There's no hope. Hope is gone, completely gone. Like we're done. Then yesterday, you go to an event like I went to yesterday, all that anger, all that anxiety, all that bitterness, all that just anything negative left the system, and you see Tommy on a stage along with many other people who I met face to face yesterday. I had the very good privilege yesterday. I'm a very lucky man. Thanks be to God. But it was everything left. And Tommy, when you seen him on stage with a microphone, and then you look behind and seen a sea of British flags and St. George's flags, and a sea of people like as far as your eyes can possibly see, you see hope. And you also see the future near enough. Just you could see the passion, the love, the unity. And Tommy got on stage, and one of the first things he said, he goes, "Look around you. Look." He goes, "Did anyone here today come on your own?" And most people put their hands up. And he said, "Well, that bloke or that woman stood next to you is either your brother or your sister now. We are a family." And everyone was looking around, and he going, "Go on, hug one another, shake hands." And it was beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I mean, mass media paints completely different story on this, but will remind me to go on that later on if you can. But yeah, so seeing that, I've come back, and although I've in a lot of pain after yesterday, a lot of pain, I come back yesterday a broken man physically, but spiritually come back completely. Well, not completely, but I was healed of all my, you know, that anger and resentment, and thinking that, you know, it's too late. So yeah, it was brilliant. What I was saying as well, yeah. So if you remind me to talk about how the press, the mass media labeled yesterday.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah. So anyway, Crazy Nick talks about us all getting arrested, right? So I put the phone away. As soon as I do that, like I said, the police come. Have you got the video of the police taking him off?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't have that one. I just have the marches. Yeah, that's the only video I have of Crazy Nick, unfortunately.
Oh, right. Okay.
Is it on your channel?
Yeah, it is on the channel. Do you want
right.
me to send it? I can send it to you unless you find it. It says crazy Nick gets nicked.
Yeah. If you can send it. Meanwhile, there's some comments from some folks, and again, I was raised in America, so I really don't know much at all about what's going on in England. So I'm not familiar
Pretty
with
much the same. Have you heard of Big Don Keith in the States?
No.
They say real beef with Big Don Keith.
No.
He's got so he came over from the States, and then we had someone as well on the piano who she was from Canada. So she was, she slagged off Justin Trudeau. Lord Flashheart, the revolution has finally begun. It has. I'm not joking. If you would have been there, Nico, and you would have seen the amount of people that were there, and not only that, the passion, the fight. There's a thing that a lot of people British talk about, which is a bit of a mystery. It's a mystery. It's like there's something within a British person, which is like almost like a fire, a spirit, like a fighting spirit. That's very like a lion, very like a lion. That's why when we talk about passion, like we always talk about lions or free, or we've got a badge with 3 lions on it on our football shirts, and there is this fire within the British people that once they get going, they can get through almost anything. That's why you see most boxing heavyweight champions and stuff like that, or we do well in sports. We do well at absolutely everything. We succeed for such a small little island. We succeed at most things. And we were once, we're not so much now, but once, the leading country to look up to, and look at the size of, I think the whole of the UK is like less than the size of some of the states that you have in America. So let me get this.
Yeah, I've got it. I'm queuing it up. But yeah, to that point, as a fan of World War II history, whatever that's about. Yeah, I hate to admit, I was always impressed with what Japan had done as a small island nation that had been somewhat pushed around, and they pretty much took over an entire hemisphere as an island nation. But yeah, you're right. I mean, the UK had pretty much done the same. Colonization. For some reason, nobody else colonizes except for the West. But anyway, but yeah. I mean, it is. It's quite impressive. It's quite an accomplishment. I mean, there's pros and cons. There's, obviously, you don't want someone to be fascist to take over and all that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, you're judged by your fruits. There was a lot of civilization brought to worlds, and I don't want to sound a certain way, but I just want to put that in perspective. It's interesting that media labels European colonization, quote unquote, that where when everyone else does it, Russia, China, Japan, on and on, really, the list goes on. All of a sudden, it's not even discussed at all. Actually, it's quite interesting. It's a double standard.
Yeah. I can see what you're saying. So back to Nick. So it's weird that his name's Nick because there's a phrase here: "getting nicked" is something it's terminology for when someone's arrested. And shortly after he went on and gave a spiel about everyone being set up to be arrested, he gets arrested. And there was only 2 people arrested yesterday. And there was at least 30,000 people there. So that, in comparison with some of these pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist rallies that we see every week, they don't talk about the arrests there in the mass media, but believe me, there is plenty of them, and they're getting worse as well by the week because now they're getting more violent. But yeah, let's watch this.
Yeah.
The journalists are on it there.
Yeah. I'd be on it, but if I chase after, I'd be nicked because I've got the flag on. So yeah, I can't really. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can't really risk that.
Okay. Yeah, after hearing all the things that goes on a weekly basis, in fact, Bob earlier was talking about how every week he was saying Christians are getting attacked by Muslims, and the police are not doing their job. They're not helping. In fact, if anything, they're harassing the Christian speakers there.
He was that Bob from Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, Bob the Builder. Yeah,
he was on stage yesterday.
We got that too.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Christianity was bought and promoted in such a great sense. Tommy did an amazing job yesterday because you got to think Christianity is a sore subject if you're not a believer of it. To some atheists, they find some people find it offensive. I certainly did when I was an atheist. If Christians wanted to bang on about their faith, it used to really wind me up. Obviously now it's completely the opposite. I love to indulge in a conversation about it, hence the channel. But considering that, even those that were atheists yesterday, and there's been a very big change in attitude towards Christianity recently, which could potentially spark a revolution within the Christian church, which one obviously is again a different conversation. But it was a start and a glimmer of hope with the amount of conversations that were on about it yesterday, and the amount of chants of Christ is King and Jesus is Lord.
That sounds glorious.
And to let people come on and they even, the whole crowd said the Lord's Prayer.
Awesome. Wow, that's moving. I mean, I'm getting chills right now. Wow.
The whole crowd. Now, Tommy, I know, he said he used to go to church. He mentioned he did go to church, but then he stopped going because of the corruption at the church he was at. To me, that's not really a good excuse to leave the church, but because you go find another one. Going to attending a church and having faith is a different thing. So I don't know whether he still has. I think he does still believe in God and Jesus, but I don't think he's a regular attendee. Yeah, Danny Tomo, who is like a brother to Tommy and has known him for years and years and years. He is, and in fact, he's got delved into Christianity very deep more recently. So yeah, I think it was because he had a lot to do with setting up the demonstration. That it was his influence that Christianity was brought on. But yeah, it was very uplifting as a Christian to see it. And like I said, the attitude has changed mainly because people have realized now that, look at what happened with Iran. That was a topic that got brought up a lot. With Iran, the leftists and, the Islamists went hand in hand. And then what happened? Iran fell. Then you got an Islamic nation. that no leftist ideology would survive in now. So yeah, so basically with seeing that and having some Iranians on stage to talk about that, especially like one of my heroes who I met yesterday, Mayor Tusi, he they pre-warned us, so we know, and us Brits are not that daft. So you know, we've caught on. We know what can happen if they go hand in hand and let this nation go, that can continue to go the way it's heading. So on that note, they're, even like I was saying, even the non-believers of Christianity have got that respect that this nation was built on Christian, values, Christian traditions. And you don't have to be a Christian to appreciate or acknowledge that. Okay. And this is where they were trying to get at, to appeal to the non-Christians. Because if this was just like let's say a conservative rally just for Christians, we wouldn't have had 10% of the people that we had there yesterday. So, but to see the actual whole attitude of people's opinion on Christianity changing completely, that was beautiful. That's a start. That's an amazing start. And if we've got people that will stand and defend that, then we're doing a good job. And you know what? I totally believe, like, obviously, as a Christian yesterday, God was on our side yesterday. 2 people were arrested. One of them was the guy that I got you. Nobody else on YouTube has any footage whatsoever of anyone getting arrested, apart from me. And most of the footage of yesterday has got me in it. So
I was going to ask who the second person was.
What's that?
Oh, so wait a minute. Are you saying that you got arrested yesterday?
Me? No. I'm the only person in the, like, no mass media company, no other YouTuber, nobody else has got on camera that guy getting arrested. There was 2 people arrested yesterday.
Gotcha. You got it.
No one's got any videos of anyone getting arrested, because if they did, they would have used it as a narrative to say that, oh, look at this football hooligan kicking off.
So he's running. This guy was running around saying, "I'm a Christian," and blah 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 blah. But
that guy was a leftist, claiming to be not a leftist.
Yeah,
and gets himself nicked. And I'm the only one that's got that video, so I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's wonderful, man. And just the masses of people. I really wanted to start to stream off with that, but there's so much to share and talk about. Did you want to show the masses, or do you want to share what Bob was saying next?
No, I don't think this is what Bob was saying. This is I can't remember. We'll watch this one. I think this is Christianity being preached, and you just see I think if this is the one. Oh yeah, it is. So if you watch the reaction, I mean, I was stood with Amy and Jono from Speaker's Corner and Francis. So there was 3 of them, and there were in total there were 6 people from Speaker's Corner, from Soccer Films, DCCI Ministries, London Apologetics and stuff like that. They were all there, and I was stood with them. And because I found Francis, because at the start, me and Francis were together. Then when Tommy and someone who I knew, I'm not going to disclose names, but was part of the security firm that was looking after Tommy, started coming around the corner, I dipped and had the privilege of ending up becoming security also for Tommy. Because when I was there and they seen my size and presence, and it was getting too much. I mean, people were coming at all angles. We were cornered, and the heat from all the bodies being together, and Tommy was getting squished, I was getting squished, but because of my sheer size and above everyone else, you know, I'm 6 foot, nearly 6'8", and built like a brick shit house. Excuse my French. You know, it was very compact, and it was becoming dangerous, very dangerous. An old lady fell over on the floor because of it.
Oh no!
Yeah. So I mean, she was all right. She was okay. She got back up, but it was getting out of control. So all the guys that were there, and one that I know, he's come here. So we linked arms, and he said, "Go on, push back." So I used my own strength, and I'll tell you what, Nico, I come back yesterday. My feet, the tread on my trainers had completely gone, and the blisters on my feet today. I can't walk. I used muscles in my legs yesterday I didn't think existed, protecting this guy. And you know what? I mean, if I got a choice of serving King Charles in the army or serving this man as like a revolutionist, I would quite happily die for that man. More than I would Charles, King Charles. I'd obviously die for God any day, you know, of the week. But you know, say if I got given a choice of joining an army with Tommy and dying, and joining an army for the Royals, it would be Tommy all the way. So you know, that's why I put a lot of work went into defending him yesterday, and we'll bring up the counter protest video as well. Some woman come up, and that was very sneaky as well. They didn't show that neither. But there was 3 attempts actually on Tommy yesterday.
Wow.
As a whole,
I think I saw a little bit of the one with the woman, but I could be wrong. I couldn't. There was just so much melee, I couldn't make out exactly what was going on. But I saw some of the comments, and the comments were quite interesting.
I didn't see. I haven't read the. Do you know what? Within the past 24 hours, my subscriber amount has tripled, even though I only had 200. No, sorry, trebled. So I had 200. I got 600 and something now. And the weirdest thing yesterday, I think Francis was a bit gel. I'm joking. But,
gel. I was wondering what that meant. All right.
Jealous. So basically, we were stood at the start of it all, and someone come up to me, "Are you patriotic Christian?" And I was like,
"Cool.
Okay.
You're a celebrity. Like, that's awesome, man."
Yeah, I'm subscribed to your channel. I was like, right.
Awesome.
I didn't know how to deal with it. And I was like, and I went to Francis after. I said, "Francis, how many? You've got quite a few on yours." He said, "Yeah." I said, "Has anyone ever bumped into you and said, 'Oh, I know you from?'" So he said, "No, not yet. No, well, a couple of times in the bar, but that's it. People who I see all the time." And I said, "I just had someone. I've only got 292 subscribers, and someone basically asked me if I was the patriotic Christian." And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, he started laughing.
Cringe, right? "Quote unquote." Yeah.
He's
yeah.
But yeah, he's yeah. It was fun. It was lovely, and I actually had. I gave this one interview to the Voice of Wales, which is quite a big channel. And before I knew it, I had like this stream of people around me with microphones and video cameras. And then they all said to me straight after I finished with one, they'd say, "Can I interview you? You said a lot of stuff that made a lot of sense there." And I said, "Yeah, sure." So they interviewed me, asked me different questions. And because I said to them, I said, "I don't mind doing it as long as you ask me different questions, because there's no point, you know, me answering the same thing on YouTube, like if you're going to pull it out, because they'll see my response on other people's channels." So they did, and yeah, I ended up like having 4 or 5 interviews within the space of like 10 minutes. I had like literally there was a crowd of people around me, like listening to me. But I not one point did I give out my channel. Not one point. It was just simply by covering some of the stuff that was going on yesterday and putting it up, and to be given the privilege that I had yesterday of being as close as I was to Tommy, some of the footage that I got was absolutely incredible. Better than let's put it this way, no mass media journalist got that close at all.
Yeah, there was great footage. I mean, I can't wait to show it. It was exhilarating, again, I've been in demonstration protests, the pro-life march in Washington D.C. and that kind of thing, and not there wasn't a lot of people there, but just from the video, it seemed like there was just masses. I mean, watching just the video clips was like, whoa, it was overwhelming. It was brilliant.
The atmosphere was electric.
Yeah.
And do you know what? Just on Tommy's and Danny Tomu's streams alone, there is up to 1 million watching live. There was 750,000 watching on Tommy's Twitter account.
Wow.
And there was like 307,000 on Danny Tomu's. So that was just between them two. And you got to think there was a lot of people streaming yesterday. But let me tell you this as well, which is something that you'll like and dig into at some point. What was very strange? You're in a city where there's 5G compatibility. As soon as you start live streaming something with the name Tommy Robinson in it, it cuts off. Now I put this to the test. I put Tommy Robinson in the title, went live, and it cut me off. And one video lasted all of about 30 seconds or 3 minutes, I think. And then it just went off. Yeah, I did another one, just with a load of random letters, and it stayed on for a good hour. Now, it wasn't just me that this was happening to. I had about eight or nine people say the same thing, that they couldn't stream. And I said, have you put his name in the title? And they said, yeah. I said, change it to London protest or something like that. They did, and it worked. So, and there was another funny thing as well. The police said, they made a statement. The Metropolitan Police made a statement saying that they had a lot of data telling them, you need to be vlogging. Yeah, I do vlog. So they had a lot of data. Apparently, they had a lot of data telling them that there was football hooligans there, and that there was people there that wasn't supposed to be there, that were banned from the city, that had their passports taken off them for some reason, and all this, that, and the other. Right. Now, let's say if that is true. Now, we know that the UK is Big Brother in London in regards of having CCTV cameras per person per inch. We are the worst nation in the world for it. But if there's more to meet the eye. If this is true, they must have been screening people's social media, absolutely everything. What intelligence they had on who was there at that time without speaking to them was, strange. So to me, I think it was obviously a load of wash. But if it is true, then a lot of people might be having knocks on the doors in the next few days, which I would predict anyway if that was the case, because they want to silence Tommy, because there's going to be another. We ain't stopping now. This is going on. This is only the start. We've got another one next month, July the 27th. And that's going to be about double, if not triple, the size of yesterday. I hope my body's recovered from then. But yeah, so as I was saying, Christianity was really, really highlighted in a very, very good way, amazing way yesterday. And you can see this by watching this video.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, to that end, let me remind everyone, subscribe, share, like. The Patriotic Christian has done some amazing work. I love his shorts. I'm a big fan of his shorts. As odd as that sounds, I just heard it. But anyway, but yeah.
I get it now. Everything's taking its toll now of me.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So we definitely, forgive me for ringing our own bells here, but we definitely put our money where our mouth is. If you knew our struggles and what we're sacrificing in order to speak the truth, I mean, you know, the reason I'm saying is because some of us do need support. Forgive us for asking, but that's you know, it's been since the lockdown, we've all been put through hell, literally. So it pains us to ask for support when we do, but if you can, if it is a simple share, like, subscribe type of thing, then that's wonderful. That's more than helpful. Prayers are definitely greatly appreciated. And if you're someone that is not struggling as much as others, then a little more than that would definitely be appreciated. And again, forgive me for asking.
You've got have you not got a link to help support you towards getting a new computer?
Yeah, I know. As pathetic as that sounds, I'll put that in the chat. Thanks for reminding me.
No, please do. And guys, if you can help, you know, I do a lot of work at the moment with and I'll be doing a lot more. But Nico, he does 10 times the amount I do. And,
that's flattering, man. I
no,
appreciate
you
it.
do, and the planning and the intros and outros. And me, I just record things or I remix and take the mick out of people. Please help this guy. You know, if you're watching, especially if you're one of my lot in the UK, I want you to, you know, put your hands in your pocket, spare a cup of tea or a cup of coffee from my man here, please, because he, you know, he's a good guy, and I do streams with him every week, and you know, it's an extra pair of hands where we need it. So please,
thank you for saying that. Yeah, I just got word from Francis. He'll be joining us in a minute, so we'll get his perspective too. And yeah, speaking of prayers, please pray for our brother Francis Bull, who you'll meet in a minute if you haven't already. All right, so enough about that. I took us off topic there for a minute. Should we go with this video and see? Should I jump ahead to Bob the Builder or just start it?
No, let's watch this, because you wouldn't believe this happened unless you've seen it.
Okay.
Where's Speaker's Corner Bob? Where is he?
Oh, it is just Bob.
Speaker's Corner Bob. I have never seen anyone. Anyone. He's coming up here now. He definitely deserves a shout out. You want to see Christian, a strong Christian, argue Christians' points against Islamic radicals in Speaker's Corner, you have to follow this next man.
Big up, Bob. So for those of you who are watching, Bob has been missing for a few weeks, and he turns up today with Tommy Robinson, and I hope tomorrow he'll be back. Let's listen to Bob.
I love that noise. I never heard that one before.
Christ is King. There is an authority higher for us than the Parliament. There is an authority greater than us, than the liberal media, and that is our Lord Jesus Christ. And we won't surrender our heritage, our culture, or our religion to those that seek to make us second-class citizens as dinghies in our own land. Thousands of years ago, Christians fought to defend one another against oppression and persecution. And right now, our brothers and sisters in Egypt, in Armenia, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Pakistan, are all suffering under the yoke of Sharia law.
Okay, I think it's a good point to pause and welcome our brother there. Hello, Francis. How are you doing? This is Risen. I mean,
I'm not fully well, but I just wanted to come to the stream, just say hello to everyone watching, and God bless you all and both of you for what you guys do. So yeah, it was beautiful yesterday, and I do have to say, to politically correct, I mean PC, that I was not jealous. I was happy that people recognized you. I don't know where you got the jealousy from, but if
No, I was joking.
Oh no, I took that literally. You know, I'm a literalist, right?
No, it was when you. It was. I can't remember what you said, but it was really funny. You were pretending to act bitchy. It was funny.
What do you expect? I was a Salafi Muslim before. I was a literalist Muslim. You do realize that everything is going to be literalist.
Literalist.
I'm kidding. Anyways, I just wanted to come up and say that, yeah, beautiful yesterday. It was amazing.
Are you glad you came now?
No, I was gonna come, but I was having certain regards because I've had some. I'd had to have some conversations about certain things that would affect a lot of Christians. Basically, like certain people who are so gone far beyond that you can't converse with them. So some people like that, you just have to make sure you can have disagreements with them, but at the end of the day, it's just the best thing to do is basically have that understanding with other people that if they listen to you, that's what the beauty is, because this is what the love that people had over there. Like, you can converse with them, you can have disagreements with them, and you won't find yourself into a trouble. While in the far left group or the leftist group, you can't have a conversation with them whatsoever, or with Muslim group, right? This is the difference. With this group, you can have conversations, but then there is extreme group, like you guys are talking about Jada Franson, who is, again, I would say, in the opinion of Orthodox Christians, in all honesty, Jada Francis is not a Christian, because holding the view to the extreme of Calvinistic view, 5-point Calvinist view, we don't find her to be the best representation for Christianity, and how the whole understanding of Christianity over there in the whole crowd was that we have love for everyone, but the difference is that you don't abuse the love. And that was a beautiful thing to watch. And the last thing I would say is, just before the video was panning towards Bob, there was a girl who was in the front of the crowd, and she is an ex-Muslim from Afghanistan. So imagine an Afghani woman can see all of this and come there and not feel weirded about it.
Oh, she was loving it, wasn't she? She was like putting her middle finger up to some of the pictures of the dinghies and stuff like that. Yeah.
Exactly. You have no idea the woman that faced, like, I met so many ex-Muslims coming there. Like, there was an ex-Muslim from Angola. No, sorry, Uganda, I guess. She was from Uganda or somewhere. I met people like that. That's what the difference is. That I did not expect to meet that many ex-Muslims in a place like this, and that many people who would be very open-minded about certain things. So that was a huge, like, I don't know how to put it, but it was surprisingly good. And yes, you're right. There was no arrest yesterday, apart from the first that you recorded. But that man, again, I was listening to you earlier on. You said about him being arrested because of freedom of speech, but he was also arrested because a lot of people did mention that guy was antagonizing people. So in a group like that, I was expecting police to do something, to be honest with you. Like, I was expecting police to take him away, because imagine what's happened before. Pro-Palestinian protests infiltrating in, and then it's riling people up. So, yeah. But that's from me, guys. Honestly, I won't be able to stick long. So I just wanted to say hello and God bless.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you as well for meeting me there, Francis, because I was feeling a bit on edge before I went there, which is another thing I want to say to guys who are watching it, are also, on the fence about going to one of these things. It was absolutely fine in the end. I would have quite happily have gone alone, but meeting that you gave me that extra bit of comfort meeting you, and it was lovely to meet you anyway. just we didn't get a lot of time to properly get to know one another, as obviously we went from the get-go, didn't we? After we've had something to eat quickly, we were straight amongst it, and then as soon as Tommy come around the corner, I was separated from you for quite a long time.
No, I know. Well, you had to do your thing anyways. It was you wanted to record, you wanted to get some other clips to show people. So of course, I wanted you to go. That's why I said to you when Tommy was coming, I said to you, he is coming. Literally go now.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing. So you had to get some footage and stuff. So of course, I'm glad that your channel has grown. I can see 697. So you've done really well in from 280 something.
Yeah.
And now this.
I didn't even give out any details. So it's weird that happened, but
yeah, but it's good. It's good that you at least there's an audience out here. Also, if Nicodemus also could come, that it would have been good as well. But obviously, it being in London, so
I don't know. I think I'm better as a supporter and doing things behind the scenes and face to face. I don't have, God forgive me, man. I'm just being honest. I don't have the unceasing prayer that I have, the relationship God I have, and therefore the temperament I have to peacefully, lovingly handle the things the way you two do. So I appreciate what you do, but I'm probably better served doing what I do, where I'm at.
You do have someone in your chat, I guess, patriotic Christian is called Mustaqir Abani. Well, who's this coconut talking? Well, yeah, you know what? I've heard that so many times from brown people, from white people, and black people. So you know what? You can call me anything now. Just call me a far right bigot as well while you're at it.
Count me in.
Yeah, you should open up your StreamYard as well. Like, give this guy a chance to maybe.
Oh God! Oh, it would be a good laugh anyway. That's a good idea actually. We should do that. We'll see how it goes, but that's a brilliant idea. Bring these idiots up.
Yeah, who's saying what? What we being called? Labeled?
There's a few of them that they're nonstop. I'm just ignoring them. I think it's kind of funny myself.
It's okay. No, we wear those badges of honor to carry on.
Yeah, exactly.
Label us. This is the problem with you guys on the left, right? You guys have to label and give people certain, adjectives or pronouns towards them because you can't argue back correctly. Yeah, just what Francis was saying. The people that were there yesterday, they were real enough to actually be able to have a debate with people and understand that not everyone agrees. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to not, you don't have to value everyone's opinion. You can always, get on with someone and have different opinions. I've proven that so many times. I have friends who are Muslims, yet look at what I do. And, I talk about Islam. I debate and critique Islam. Yet I have friends who are Muslims. I'm not far right. Most 99.9% of the people that were there yesterday were not far right or football hooligans. The majority were old people that were there, lovely people. And but the problem is this whole labeling thing is a tactic to try and get people not to like you. You're trying to scare others from making us look bad with all these stupid names like far right, thugs, hooligans. You carry on. We'll wear those with honor. Just because we speak the truth and you don't like it, jog on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not that much to ask to allow people to exist.
And isn't it funny that they don't like our opinions or who we are, yet they're watching the stream. They've got time to do that.
Yeah. Oh no, then there's that. Then there's that. Yeah. Well said. Yeah, on that note, shall we continue with the rest of Bob the Builder?
Yeah, sure.
Right, guys, I'm gonna leave you to it. Have a great stream. So
all right, thank you,
Thank you, Francis. Hope to see you soon again. Are you going to July the 27th?
Obviously, I am.
Yes, that's what we want to see. Yes, I can't wait.
Yeah, I've got a few people coming as well. So I've got I've got some dates. I'm settling up with a couple of people from that protest, so people you already know, PC. So definitely going to talk about that further in private with you all.
Oh, brilliant. That sounds interesting. Okay.
Right. Take care, guys. Have a good evening. Take care.
Thank you.
God bless. Yeah. So, all right. So let's continue.
We must not allow Sharia law in the United Kingdom. We must stand with our brothers and sisters around the world in the name of Christ, because Christ unites black and white and Asian, Asian and American. He unites us under a single banner, the banner of the cross. And so, I say, and I want you to join with me in saying that it isn't Parliament that is king, or Charles that is king, but Christ who is king. Christ is king! 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 And not that I am worthy of being followed, but if you want to watch some interesting debates, you can find my channel on Bob of Speaker's Corner on YouTube. But I'm really not worthy to share a stage with this man, who I want to give a personal thanks to, because in the north of England, as all of you well know, thousands of children were being raped, and no one was willing to talk about it until this man forced all of them to talk about it. And so I am personally grateful for what he did. And that's why I'm willing to share a stage with him.
Oh, I guess it's time to stop sharing that.
Yeah, so Bob was talking there about just one town where that was Rotherham in the UK, where 1,400 child victims of rape went without justice. And not only did no mass media want to report it or do a documentary or anything about it, Tommy took it in his own hands to go up there, not just report it, but hold those who actually took part in the actual sexual offences. He went to them and took the camera to them and asked them, "You got anything to say? You raped this," and he went into detail of what actually happened during the assaults, of what the girls described as during the assaults. Very, very fully detailed. He went into it, and he embarrassed them all in front of most of them. Had like Indian restaurants, and he really shown them up. And you can watch any episodes of what Tommy covered in that, which is called "The Rape of Britain." It's you can find it on Rumble or on YouTube. And there's 5 episodes covered, and it's so strange because I think it was 2% of the population of Rotherham is Pakistani Muslim, yet they were responsible for 90% of all sexual offences.
Wow.
In that town. And same with Telford, which is next to Rotherham. And the police didn't do anything because they're too scared. They're scared that if they do anything, they'll get labelled as Islamophobes or racists. You know, so they won't. And whilst that's all happening, you know, they're all, you know, these victims of these grooming gangs are getting away with it. And the weirdest thing about it all, which is so strange, is that the guys that were involved in the ones that Tommy covered were all related, like either by marriage or by blood, some way or another. They all knew it. They all were interconnected. There was about 20 of them, 25 of them, and it was just, it worked out as well that 25% of the Muslims that lived in Rotherham were actually, involved in all this, and that's just men. So that's without the children and women. So it does beg the question, doesn't it? Beg the question, sorry, of do our cultures align with one another? And the answer is simply no. It doesn't. If we're going to have immigration, full stop, we need to know who the person is, their background, what their intentions are, how long they want to stay. And, they should not be let in unless we know they're safe, unless we know they're going to integrate and contribute to our society. If so, I don't see a problem with it. One in, one out. That's fine. But we also must preserve the people that live here as well. You can't just let it fall to someone else. It's the attack within. It's very, very sneaky, but it's very Islamic. As we know, we see Islam as like a serpent. So it is what it is.
Yeah, that reference, let me jump in for those who might not be familiar with it. I don't have it handy, which is, let me just say it. It's Sahih Muslim 147, like Islam is like a serpent, and it will crawl back or slither back into its hole. This is coming from Islam texts.
Yeah, and they were saying you have to cut off the head of the serpent yesterday, funnily enough. But the weirdest thing as well, about all this as well, the most horrible thing about this all was one of the detective inspectors, which is a high-ranking officer in the police force, resigned, and he was caught on camera by one of the guys in the Pakistani grooming gang scandal, the guy that committed sexual offences to a load of minors, and I think this was the one that was responsible for the murder and torture of a young girl here in Britain, and he got caught giving an envelope full of cash to this inspector. So this is crimes that are not just being ignored for racial reasons, but it's a bit of cash.
That's horrible.
Hush hush money, it's and there's one thing that I would like to say to absolutely anyone who thinks that this is Islamophobia. Let's get this straight. Our children are not halal meat. Let's get that one down the pipe. Because believe me, it's their culture is completely different to ours. We're talking of a culture that hasn't changed since the time of Muhammad. They want to live like almost, they're in Muhammad's era. Things have not changed, and you can tell that. Like if you go on Google, where is the most corrupt or disgusting porn watched? It will always come up with Pakistan. It's the number one country, weirdly enough, which I watched on a video not so long ago, that had more views and downloads of animal pornography, which is what you call zoophilia, than any other country, but it added more than any normal pornography, like heterosexual or homosexual pornography.
You know,
How
I did.
weird is that?
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. To be honest with you, no pun intended. Hold on, here we go.
Lighten up, Francis.
Do you find it hard to hide the fact that you're gay? What are you talking about? What?
Sorry, couldn't help it. Couldn't resist. Oh boy, but yeah, that's, you know, on that note, it really concerns me. You know, being a student of media for practically all my life, but more directly recently, that people, the culture is being groomed. Let's call it that. I mean, it's literally technically what's happening. Cultures are being groomed worldwide to not only accept but partake of this kind of behavior. You know, the pedophilia, the bestiality, zoophilia. You know, and
but it's
when
all
that
in
happens,
Islam, and people
right.
like late. And this, guys, this is, please subscribe to my channel, because my what I do is, obviously, yes, I'm a Christian, but I've still got. Sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, let me finish. I mean, that was exactly where I was going with it. Like, I mean, that's my point. The problem is that it is from the top down, as we're saying, as you're demonstrating and, you know, showing and proving. But the thing is, when culture is being conditioned to accept it and to adopt these behaviors themselves into their culture, then when Islam is being introduced into the culture physically, all of a sudden they're going to quote unquote show solidarity with a pagan culture that practices this and has this as part of the Sharia law and so on. And that's what concerns me. Like all these anti-Christian organizations and groups and identities joining forces to do a war against Christ and his people. But, you know, at the end of the day, Christ is risen. Jesus Christos Nikar. Christ is already victorious. And we're going to continue to fight that fight and save as many as we can along the way. Sorry, I'm done with my rant. Thank you.
That's right. So yeah, guys. So yeah. So obviously, yes, I'm a Christian, but I also teach lay people. I teach, like, because most of the people who watch, I've noticed, who watch my content are, believe it or not, atheists. And so what I do is try and tell you guys, you know, you lay people that haven't learned about Islam, but know that, you know, some of it's bad. To show you how bad with facts. And we're talking their own texts here. So, yes, and believe me, just by talking the truth about their own faith comes with a lot of dangers. To the point the police knock on your door and tell you a fatwa has been put out on you, and also that, you know, your life's at threat, and that they've got intelligence and they've been blah blah blah. So yeah, so just this is what I mean. If this is a religion of peace, as George Bush created that stupid sentence phrase,
yeah,
why on earth would it be like this? Why on earth is 47,000 terrorist attacks taken place since September the 11th? But anyway, let's go on back to the rally. So basically yesterday, I mean, there's more. So the whole of Tommy Robinson's campaign is all about how the West is falling because of, you know, liberalism and Islam, and how the establishment are treating us Brits, and how we need to get back on our feet and go back to the old ways. Now, there's different parts of this. So he's covered the rape of Britain with the grooming gang scandal. And then there's what he covered mainly yesterday was lawfare. So he covered the fact that we have a two-tier policing system and judiciary system where one party is treated differently completely to the other. And you would think it would be the people that are alien to the country that would be treated a bit more, you know, with a stricter hand, or something like that. However, it's us, the British taxpayers, the Anglo-Saxon blood, people that belong here and have, very enriched history here, that are, taking the whip, so to speak. And he gave an example yesterday. There's a lad called Sam Melia, or Melia, who was sentenced to 2 years in prison for putting, and hear this, Nico, this is ridiculous. He was putting up stickers. He had stickers, and the police invaded his bedroom, and they found these stickers in his bedroom. And all it said on there was, "It's okay to be white." So he got put away for his extremist racist views.
Sorry, I'm laughing. It's just so absurd.
For 2 years, yet 3 Islamic women who were preparing a terrorist attack got a conditional discharge, which is you basically get to walk away from the court. Nothing gets said as long as you behave for a year and don't get arrested or commit any more further crime. It goes away after the year's finished. So he loses his freedom and loses the freedom also now to speak to his children because of his extremist right-wing views. Yet these women who are pre-planning a terrorist attack which would have killed God knows how many people, got to walk away scot-free because they were Muslim. And guess what? The judge that sentenced those women was also, funnily enough, a Muslim judge. And it was the same judge that gave a woman, also let a woman, another few women that caught with the exact same sentiment of what Sam did, stickers. They got caught with stickers, putting stickers of the paragliders going into Israel and killing people at that festival. Again, nothing happened to them. Yet Sam had his freedom taken away and was given a 2-year sentence, which will now stay on his record for the rest of his life. You tell me where the equality, where that is at, because I don't see it. I don't see it. If anything, those women that were pre-planning a terrorist attack should have been deported there and then, taken back to their homeland and dealt with there as well. They should have been dealt with. And this is what, everyone's, up in arms against, because they've had enough. It's like if most people who would, with a normal common sense and a normal brain would absolutely agree that if you go to a country and you start playing up there, that you should just be sent back to the country that you come from. I don't expect to go to Saudi Arabia and start smashing up mosques and stuff like that. Imagine that. If I went over to Saudi Arabia or Pakistan or Malaysia or anywhere like that and started, talking about Muhammad in a bad way, even just talking about Muhammad in a bad way on the street, imagine that.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing with the breakfast gun. He cracks me up.
Hello, Islamophobes.
He's kidding. He's Christian. He's
I'm not scared of Islam. I'm scared of Islam. I'm scared of the UK becoming an Islamic country.
Yeah, but let me use this as a segue for the whole wordplay again, going back to mass media and how, as a society, everyone complains, wants to blame the people for being passive, but the reality is we've been conditioned to allow those in charge, the evident common Nazi pagans, to bring all these neo-Gestapo or Third Reich. That's what these Muslims are. And that's what they're acting that out. We see that. Okay, forgive me for all the adjectives, but that's just the reality of it. So one of the things that they use, and we talked about this on the stream yesterday, was we went down a list of all these adages mass media has been pushing the past couple of decades. One of them is equality. I challenge anyone and everyone to define equality. What does that mean? And if you're going to be real, the equality that they're pushing in the 21st century, it evidently means to ethnic cleanse a certain people, the quote unquote Europeans. The Christian white man especially is the biggest target. And who's the ultimate white Christian male or white Christian man? Jesus Christ. So that's the goal. That's the agenda, to undermine and attack Jesus Christ and his followers. And anyone who denies that, even with all this stuff going on, I don't know. I mean, living in denial out of fear or just part of the problem, one or the other.
Well, the fact that Jesus was white can be debatable, but
well, I mean, according to some people, when you're looking at the yet another didactic black and white, the falls on Arabs would fall under white, and many Arabs agree with that. It just depends. I know some people might use the word brown. That's a new one on me, actually. I myself consider them bronze. I'm a little more specific. But and that would be biblical. But anyway, at any rate, red, yellow, brown, green, blue, who cares? I mean, the point is that there's this word game, this dialectic word game that's being used. Dialectic, they're being passive aggressive and they're using all this terminology that alleges it's one thing, but it's actually doing the exact opposite, and that's satanic. That's as according to the Church of Satan's agenda, which is uncreation, to do the exact opposite of what Scripture and the commandments prescribe.
So, one of the best things, I mean, because we're now looking at the time, we're going to have to make a move on this. One of the best things about yesterday was having a discussion with a certain someone who I know that was, like I said, part of the security team with Tommy. Basically, hopefully, if it all goes well with the conversation they have, on July the 27th, I may be given a chance to also come up what happened yesterday. Tommy invited some of the guys that had YouTube channels and independent channels that do kind of the work we do and more. I mean, these guys were a bit more higher profiles than us. But there was a couple there was one or two I noticed who we had on there that only had, very small followings and didn't cover topics like how I do. They just went and vlogged things with a camera, didn't say anything, just caught it on camera. Yet, with what we do, we teach and we put our lives on the line near enough to speak it. And I'm one of those that will actually take to the streets with it. Like I would. And I'd go as far as whatever I had to. If people followed me, I would. I definitely would, and I'd put the work in. So they're gonna. I'm hopefully gonna get an opportunity, not promise, but hopefully get an opportunity to go on stage and also ask people to support, subscribe, and follow to my channel, which to me will mean the absolute world. And then once I can do that, I can start teaching people about, the verses that I know of, the stories that I make fun of in my, because I'm one of those, I've got character as well, as you can tell, you've seen from my shorts. I've got a very, let's say, dark or cold, unfiltered sense of humor, which really does light the souls of some people. That's what someone told me. So I've got a way of coming across, and I've got no fear as well neither. Like no one bothers me. I'll say what is on my mind where and when I want to. So this video that we're about to watch. So yesterday we're waiting for Tommy and the lads to come around the corner to start the march, and Francis spotted him and he said, go on over now if you want to get your chance of seeing Tommy. And once I got over, I bumped into someone who I knew, funnily enough. It was part of the security firm for Tommy. I knew he knew Tommy and his some of his mates or team. But I didn't know he was security for one of them. He didn't mention it anyway. And he said, "Come on in, I need you, because obviously I've got quite a big size." So yeah, he's come on, and he linked arms, and because Tommy was getting literally near enough flattened by the amount of people that just wanted to go up and see him and celebrate that he was there and just catch a glimpse of him. It was almost like the second coming, Nico. I'm telling you, it was unreal. And yeah, I got in and I was literally behind him. At one point, I spoke to him for about 2 minutes. I spoke to Lawrence Fox, who was a movie actor. He was an actor, but he got cancelled and silenced. And I spoke to who else was it? There was someone else that was in there that was very important as well. But yeah, it was amazing. And I met Jeff Taylor, who's again is a YouTuber. Had a quick chat with him. I met Mayor Tusi, who sent everyone knows Mayor Tusi now. He's got an independent news channel, and he sent a private video to my grandmother and my father, saying thank you for their support and called them by name for me to send them, which I thought was absolutely lovely. I mean, he didn't have to do that at all, and actually let me interview him. And then there was plenty. I met all the guys from Speaker's Corner there. I nearly had a chance. Well, I had the chance to go and speak with Bob after he gave his speech, but literally, when he was giving his speech, the alarm went off on my phone for me to catch the bus back, and I had thought it was only about 2 in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon, but it was 5 o'clock when Bob was giving his speech. And that meant I had been on my feet for about 7 or 8 hours without sitting down. I was done in. I was done. And then from there, that hour, I didn't grasp the concept of how far away the coach station was. And what I thought would take a 15-minute walk turned into a 20-minute sprint.
So how far was it? Now that you brought it up. What's the distance?
I had to run, and Francis probably may disagree because I said, "Do you think I'll get there in time?" And he said, "Oh yeah, easy." But I must have went the wrong way because it took me 20 minutes, and I was running the whole way.
Wow.
And it felt like a long way when we were walking there as well. But then again, we were walking slow, and then there were stops because of people trying to attack Tommy. And there was, a few people fell over a couple of people fell over. And then,
sorry to keep you interjected, but that just speaks to the number of people that were there too. I mean, you caught some of it on video, but I mean, it literally goes beyond the eye can see, which says a lot.
Yeah. Let's watch the video and you'll see the footage. It's brilliant. Beautiful. Oops. I'll put the specs on. Oh, this isn't the start of it, but that's not long after.
You want me to put another one?
Yeah, so I don't know if you can see that guy who put his arm around that girl with a perm, with the curly hair in the middle, next to Tommy, the woman next to Tommy with the black top on. The guy next to her, that's Lawrence Fox. So he's an actor. Well, was an actor, but is now part of Reclaim Party and I think Turning Point as well. I'm not too sure. So he does a lot of talks about our history being rewritten and the hate that's growing for our country. We'll bring up his speech in a second if you. I have sent it to you.
Oh, the one just recently.
Yeah, Lawrence Fox. But if we watch the I don't know what I got it saved as. It's I think it's when they start the march.
Here's another one. Let me know if this is the one you're looking for or not. Okay, that didn't help, did it? Let's try that again. Yeah, this is a problem when you've got like 24 videos. It's hard to pick the right one, right? Especially if they're not well labeled. All right, so let's try this one. Marching with Dan. That should be it. No? Is that one?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, let's watch this one.
Yes, Richard. Yes, Danny. Yes, Danny. What's you saying, bro?
Epic.
There's my man. You're my hero, Tommy. I love you, my guy. Hold strong. Hold strong. I got it. He's all right.
There's Big Don. Keith Don there.
There's Lawrence Fox.
Sorry, say again?
There was that Big Don Keith that was behind there with his camera.
Oh, wow. Missed that. All
right. He's from the USA.
Yeah. Okay.
So they call it, I think he's got a channel called The Real Beef with Big Don Keith. He's like, he's quite like, he's a guy that represents like the Donald Trump. He's a big fan of Donald Trump, but he gave an amazing speech about that. And we actually had a banner that was shown. And there was Tommy did like these pictures that were relayed that went round on a cycle. And he said, right, voice your opinions on any of these that you like. Like if you like them, you say yeah. If not, then boo. And they all went through all the candidates and Biden and Obama and people like that of the past for the USA. And then Trump come up last, and they were yeah. Everyone went yeah.
Nice.
And then they unveiled this banner for Trump, which was lovely. And then they had Katie Hopkins as well. They did the same thing. They had news presenters go around. You had Piers Morgan. You had all the other presenters in the UK that are just left-wing lunatics. And then Katie Hopkins come up, and everyone just went mental because they just love her. She speaks the truth. She says it herself. She goes, apparently I'm a right-wing fascist because I believe there are two genders. I believe that British people should just be British. I believe the truth is the truth. I believe that British people shouldn't be treated as second-class citizens. And she went into it and delved into it, and she's just so right on everything. It's just like, how do people not think this is like, believe in one day you can wake up and go, oh, I'm a boy today. I think I'm a boy. Yeah, I'm a boy. I'm going to identify as a boy today. Then you wake up the next day. Oh, do you know what? I'm feeling a bit gerbilish. Oh, I'm going in. I'm telling the school I'm a gerbil today. I expect everyone to believe that you are physically and emotionally lined up as a gerbil or something as stupid as that. What planet are we living on to have such stupidness? And don't go. It's a smart way, and this is how you do it. This is how you indoctrinate a generation of people. You teach the kids. You start with the children. Once you've got all this, knowledge or whatever put into them, they think it's normal. I mean, Look at what happened with, Hamas. They've been in charge for over 18 years.
Yeah.
Probably longer, but as far as I know, it's about 18, 19 years. And so they've had enough time to raise a generation of educating children that Jews have three legs, and an eye in the middle of their heads, And no, this is serious. This is what Dor Shakar, recorded on his interview, and
that's a bit Hindu, isn't it?
Yeah,
the third eye.
Yeah, and then the leader of Hamas's son said the same thing, and it was normal to walk past cranes with people hanging off them, and it was because they dishonored their family and stuff like that. That's the like they're saying, like you're saying, the new norm, as so to speak. But it's not. It's not right. There is no more than two genders. You're male or female. You go on Amazon now and go and purchase a T-shirt, a Pride T-shirt. It will tell you, or anything that's got a slogan on it talking about trans and stuff like that. It will ask you what gender do you want to buy it in, female or male, because the clothes are cut different.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with it. There really is nothing wrong with it. We celebrate the differences between men and women. There was a couple of years ago, there was a local football team that went and had a match against a professional women's international football team, and they thrashed them. The men thrashed them. With soccer, we're talking about, for those who are American.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm laughing because I was raised in America, so all my life, I knew it as soccer, and then I started going to other countries, and I kept hearing football, and I was offended by that. I was like, "No," like, "Why are you calling it football?" I'm like, "Okay, now I get it."
Foosball. Yeah, and they thrashed them. It's like that. That was it, a boxing match or an MMA match, literally a few weeks ago, where a trans male, so a female who believes is a man, got knocked out within 13 seconds of the bell. So wake up, men are physically stronger than women. They are, because they're built like that, and we're supposed to be different in certain aspects. Women are more nurturing than men, towards like children, and even there's studies on it. For heaven's sake, this has been, this. How do you teach one class to children that you can be a male and a female, male, a female, or anything in between, or anything you want to be, and then they go to a science class after to learn biology?
Right.
Why does that work? Do they say in science, "Oh, you can be this," and then you? But it depends. Cool. The science teachers must have it terrible.
Yeah. Well, I was actually learning how to become a science teacher, top of my class in grade school and high school, literally winning awards for being the best student in biology. And university, that continued, literally, scholarships and so on, best student. But yeah, I got disillusioned as someone who read on my own accord. I just wanted to do it. On The Origin of Species, Charles Darwin's work. And then even then reading it, I was like a big believer of evolution. But even while I was reading, I was like, man, this is kind of silly.
Yeah, but people seem to forget as well. Like evolution's not it's not fact. It's a theory.
Right. Well,
it's theory. Do you know what the word theory means? It's like an ideology. It's not fact.
That's exactly when I was in uni. That was the whole point. Before the turn of the century, that's exactly how I sounded. Again, I was someone who, top of this, best student, literally. I would even record my lectures, my classes, and listen to them, and then play them while I went to sleep, so I wouldn't miss anything. I was completely like, it was my religion. By my behavior, evolution was my religion. But, I discovered all these contradictions and all that. And as an aspiring teacher of science, I was like, well, I can see where this is going. The professors are passionately, angrily saying, well, it's a law, don't you dare call it a theory, which. So I was like, okay, this is going to be a problem. And sure enough, it was a problem. Christians were chased out of these positions, out of university positions and so on, for speaking the truth, for calling it what it is, a theory.
So, just whilst we're on the subject of theories, we've got someone in the comments called Muslim Revert who's saying Christianity grew out of pagan Romanism. Well, let me ask you something. Let me give you a task to do, pagan revert, because if anything is going to be a pagan cult, it's definitely Islam. One, go on Google and type in Muhammad sleeping with his dead aunt, right? And then find the verses on it. Two, find verses on Muhammad sucking his nephew's tongue and kissing his grandson's penis. Then also marrying a 6-year-old and mounting her when she's aged 9. Killing 800 Jews in one day. The list can go on. I mean, do you want me to stop?
And on and on and on, unfortunately.
Yeah, so before you start coming on talking about Christianity, go and look up Islam as a whole and go and watch Christian Prince and Sam Shamoon.
Yeah. Let's, I mean, yeah, and what they love to do is like say, well, no, you, like little children, right? But the difference is in Christianity, this behavior is condemned. In Islam, it's prescribed. You do it or else. You're not a Muslim.
Yeah.
Night and day difference, literally.
And the problem is, I mean, we've had, like, recently, haven't we? I've had the 2 apostates come on that have literally said about how bad Islam is. And it is. That's why I give them a platform to talk on. The Muslims don't like that because, you know, they chose and managed to leave Islam and they can't kill them. You know, with Muslims, if you leave, the penalty for apostasy is death. If you're born a Muslim, you've got no chance in hell unless, you know, you have the courage and bravery and faith to leave Islam. If you do, which like I said, all times, the best Christians are those who have left Islam, because believe me, they do exactly what Jesus said in the Bible and the Gospels when he said that, you know, he had come to, you know, separate father from son and mother from daughter. You know, he become with a sword in that case. He prophesied basically that this would happen. And to leave your family, to leave your community, possibly your job and your home, possibly even your marriage and children, to become, you know, a participant in another faith with a death warrant hanging over your head takes guts. So, Muslims, they haven't got a choice. But listen, Muslim revert, you know, there's a study that's been done that proves 98% of Muslim converts, not reverts, you're not a revert, converts leave Islam within 5 years. 98% leave Islam within 5 years. And do you know why that is? It's because they learn about the horrid, evil, heinous verses that are hidden in Islam's hadiths and Quranic verses that they don't preach in your local mosques.
Hey, Charlie Christian, forgive me, I gotta disagree. I have a suspicion, and I could be wrong, but I have a suspicion this Muslim might be one of the 2% who loves pedophilia, Satanism, kissing the black rock, all these pagan things. So I could be wrong.
Well, it is. It's been proved. Dr. J. Smith has proved, you know, even like, it says in the Quran, Allah has 3 daughters. Yet it also says in the Quran that Allah has no partner or children or anything like that. But he also has 2 right hands and a left shin. Yet he's no human. So, you know, Allah, the actual pagan god, which Muhammad's father worshipped, there's a picture of him, funnily enough, with 2 right hands and a left shin, and exactly how it's depicted and described in the Quran. And the paganism that existed in Mecca, they'd proven as well with, you know, the actual Kaaba. That was the center, which everyone knows, even any Muslim would tell you this. It was the center for paganism statues and for people to put their pagan gods in. And that's where they were celebrated. And the whole ideology about circulating the Kaaba, 7 times was a pagan ritual. So they don't realize all this. This is all written in even historical pagan ancient texts, and they do it to a T. They follow it to a T. The whole idea of the black stone, that was a pagan myth. The names of the daughters, of 3 daughters of Allah, they were all separate gods in paganism. So that. If anything's paganism, it is definitely Islam. And like we say as well, the Quran is third hand. Yeah, they talk about the Gospels all the time, talk about Jesus and how we don't know him and how the Injil was corrupted and all this rubbish, right? Yet all the Quran was burnt or eaten by goats under Aisha's pillow. Poor girl. She must have PTSD when that happened. No. And written third hand by Uthman, who destroyed the original Quran and burnt it all to pieces. So that's third hand. Everything was passed down through oral tradition and all this rubbish, which it's like Chinese whispers. It's a game of Chinese whispers. And by the, from when you say one thing and it gets to even just the third person, things change. And then there's which Quran's the true one, because there's 32 of them in total. So which one do you read? Hafs? Which one? The one that was finally actually produced, the Egyptian one that was produced in 1923. So where are we going to go on this? If you fancy a debate, Muslim revert on is Islam true, or is Islam a religion of God or of Satan, then leave your details in the comments and we'll arrange it for tomorrow. Apart from that, let's crack on with what we were talking about. Everyone else, don't pay no attention to him.
Yeah, should I go with a different video or continue with the same one?
Yeah, so let's go on for one of the speeches. I think the speech from Lawrence Fox was first, which that was. Because this will give you a bit of a taste of, what the guys there were trying to say, what they were trying to get across, what the whole message was to the British people and beyond.
All right, give me a second getting that up now. 1,001 clicks. Yeah, here we go.
Did you get that funny video I sent you earlier about?
Oh yeah, the cartoon one.
I was crying. I was crying watching that.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Today marks the first showing of Tommy's documentary Lawfare, which we will all get a chance to see for the first time, including the police. Sorry, chaps. Maybe I can get my kids' iPads and phones back when you got a minute, wankers. Anyway, today also marks the beginning of Pride Month. Now, no doubt, the corrupt mayor of this city will have spent the midnight hours covering the streets in the rainbow flag of the revolution. Because Pride Month is not about human rights. Pride Month is not about sexual equality. Pride has become a celebration and a hatred of the nation and humanity itself. They take pride in telling gay men and women that they aren't gay, they're just born in the wrong body. They brainwash vulnerable children, telling them that they're in the wrong body, some of whom go on to irreversibly mutilate their bodies, and they're proud of this. Are we proud of this homophobic child mutilation cult? I'm not. Are we proud of it? No. I am proud to be British. I am proud of Britain and the sacrifices made in her name by much braver men than me. And I love freedom, hard fought for freedom. Not a freedom we should be proud of, a freedom we should be grateful for. The most important freedom of all, our freedom to speak our minds and the grace to listen in return. Without that, there is no democracy, there is only tyranny. And we must protect our right to speak
above all other rights. And when I was a kid in history class at school, and I was learning about times in the past when devastating changes were taking place all across the world, the first thing I thought was I was grateful that I was never going to witness it myself. And the second thing I thought was, what must it have felt like to have the floor just removed from underneath you? And what one day was safe and calm, the next day was mayhem and chaos. I never once thought I would live through those times. But in those times, we are now living. In just a few years, we have seen an attack on the people, the likes which it is still hard to fathom. We have witnessed just how fragile this freedom that we love can be taken away and how it can be lost. Freedom does not belong to us. It is not ours. We are here to protect it for others, especially those we disagree with, like it or not. That's what freedom of speech is. So let today be a celebration of your God-given right to speak your mind, to be heard, to listen and to disagree. We have been locked in our way in our homes. Our children have been denied an education. Our loved ones left to die alone in hospitals, all ordered, sanctioned, supported and demanded by the occupants of that house over there. Anyone who spoke out against the tyranny attempted upon us was demonized, cancelled, derided or destroyed. Our speech, our free speech, our right to object was removed. We were censored and mocked by politicians who partied and drank whilst people watched powerless as their businesses were destroyed and doctors were paid by drug companies to lie to us on the television.
Whoops. Okay. I'm
I
trying.
knew you were going to.
Well, I had to pause it somewhere.
This is why I wanted you to play it, because there was and this is one thing that a lot of people are annoyed about, because obviously there is a difference, but there is two different communities in the sense of people who are patriots like myself, who love their country in the traditional ways and culture and Christian values, Muslim revert. And then you had the anti-vaxxers and the anti-lockdown protesters. So there is a difference between the two, because in fact, if anything, it was more of the left that were anti-vaxxers and anti-protests, anti-lockdown protesters. They were more on the left side of politics. However, for some reason, the mass media now have merged the two together and said that yesterday's rally or demonstration or protest, whatever you want to call it, was to do with anti-vaccine. It was an anti-vaccine campaign mixed with football hooligans. So they're trying now to label us all the same, but that's okay, because then that just makes the army bigger, if you ask me. So whatever negative spin that they can put on either of us, they're just trying to add more, adjectives and whatever you want on top to try and make us look bad. Oh, did you know the far right are anti-vaxxers? Did you know the anti-vaxxers are far right? So on and so forth. Right. No, it's that's what they're trying to do, and the way that they tried portraying us yesterday, in every national newspaper and news media team, was that the whole thing was just, it was led by football hooligans, well, soccer hooligans, if you like, for those watching in the US, and that we were there just basically for the biggest piss up or drink session, and just to basically just have a party and be racist and fascist and Islamophobic. We're not Islamophobic. We know there's a difference. There are good Muslims. I've got friends who are Muslim, like I said, and although I critique their religion, we don't really talk about it when we're together, because we know we'd end up arguing. So you know, it's common sense just to not speak about those things. You can still get on with one another without having to speak on those things. You know, and there has been times where I've had, you know, brought up topics like that, but you know, it's there was a comment that Muslim Revert made earlier saying that there's lots of gays in England, but the difference is with Christianity is, and this is so true. There's so much that we're talking like hundreds of thousands of people have with Christians that people in their previous life have been gay or a lesbian or bisexual or confused with their sexuality, let's say. And they've committed, you know, homosexual acts of homosexuality and stuff like that, sexual intercourse. Yet they've got that chance with Christianity to give it all up, repent, and live a life worth living for in a holy manner that's pleasing to God. With Islam, if you get caught once with an Islamic state, you're killed. You don't get given that chance, that second chance, or that chance to forgive, or that chance to repent. And that's what separates us. That's what makes Christianity a religion of God. You get that forgiveness seen here on earth. You know, you're not just judged there and then. And not only that, the Muslims feel like it's up to them to judge themselves who should live and who shouldn't, when apparently God has the last word. So yes, you believe in the judgment, so do we. But who on earth, you know, whilst Muslims commit so many acts of sin, like you'll see a lot of them smoking, some of them drink, some of them eat pork, some of them, well, most of them have sex out of wedlock, and a lot of them have sexual intercourse with children, even though there's not much in regards to rules of sexual intercourse age with Islam, but let's not go there. But there's, like I said, the difference with Christianity is if you genuinely repent and you want to be forgiven, you can be forgiven, repent, and live a life of penance to God here on earth, doing good acts of charity, doing good acts of good deeds to other people, and make an impact to others. And there's lots of people who have done this, where they've been gay or lesbian, become Christian, and then they've helped others with their life story leave the practices of homosexuality to become, whether they go straight and get married and have a wife or a husband, or whether they actually go as far as being celibate because they, you know, they're that confused. Either way, they got given that chance to live. Now, tell me something, Muslim Revert. If you're one of your members of family that you love dearly, you caught and they found out that they were gay and you were living in an Islamic country, and one person come up to you and said, look, we're going to give this guy a chance to live if they repent and stop doing what they're doing, and you had another guy come in saying, right, we're going to behead him or stone him to death, and you've got to join in, which one are you going to choose? Because I'm pretty sure, put on the spot at a moment in time, you would choose the person that is going to let your member of family live.
It could be. I got a feeling, again, let me share this other feeling about who this character is that's spamming in our stream here. I think he might be someone who's paid by Islam, that's living in Albania, who doesn't really care anyway. He might be Muslim by name, but he's just getting his like $2 an hour to sit here and harass people online. And now
he says, give me 100K and I'll leave Britain.
Okay, yeah, good luck. Okay, so okay, well, so there goes my theory.
He probably had 100K's worth of benefits out of us already.
Yeah, so to respond to one of his targeted comments, the typical projection, I think he's either projecting or what about, you know, the empty mosques or whatever. You know, how Islam is growing and it's glorious and all these things. So here you go.
Emotional damage. Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
They are simply crying.
Wow. Oh dear.
Yeah. I mean, there's more to it, but you get the gist of it. So basically, I mean,
You know
people.
the amount of videos that are on there of imams and people moaning that too many people are leaving Islam. That are everywhere.
There you go.
It's not growing. The only way it's growing by number is by their pro-birth. You know, they're breeding like hamsters because men are allowed sex slaves and up to 4 wives, which was funnily enough. Remember the old traditional thing, which I was thinking the other day. I was thinking, wasn't it strange? Years ago, they used to hear that they were only allowed to marry 3 wives, and now it's gone up to suddenly 4. And it's the same as they always said that. Oh no, Aisha was never 6. That's a load of lies. Now, because so many people speak up about it and have found, you know, because you got access online to all the Islamic resources you could possibly dream of. Now anyone has got that access, and you can say, "Here you are. Oh look, this is your text, mate." They can't run away from it. Same as what I do on my channel with all the verses, including, you know, drinking camel urine and dipping the fly in your drink and people sucking your fingers after you've eaten and all disgusting acts like that. So yeah, it's yeah.
He's laughing with this one. White ISIS in the chat. All right. Yeah. I mean, you know, he's proving without lies, Islam dies. I mean, all they've got is these keyboard warriors that are just, you know, literally spreading a bunch of propaganda that are exact opposite of reality.
Yeah.
I mean, their own leaders, you know, even the Dawish are saying, you know, how many thousands and thousands are leaving Islam. Meanwhile, this guy wants to claim that, you know, Islam's going to rule the world. Where is it?
Come Birmingham, you racists, we'll show you.
All right.
So Birmingham is a city here in the UK that is absolutely flooded with, I mean, you can tell from the moment you walk in, but you got to remember where Islam goes, the culture follows. So anywhere you go in Birmingham, where they are, is an absolute dive. It is like walking through a third world country, and you feel sorry for them. You do, but the amounts of crime, the amounts of rape, the amounts of murder, the amounts of everything that you could possibly think of in criminal statistics is absolutely unfathomable compared to the villages where you'll see predominantly white people or Christians living. Yet, there's supposed to be this peaceful religion that is so moral, so different to any other, you know, place in the world or any other faith. So it doesn't make sense, does it? The fruits of Islam is very, I mean, you see it, you witness it, you see it with your own eyes. You don't have to have much of a brain to know that when you see it.
Yeah.
But why is it we'll show you? What are you going to show me? The only thing, you know what they mean by that when they say we'll show you? It's basically like a threat of violence. You know, you guys come over here and we'll basically either beat you up or kill you. Isn't that lovely? There's the fruits of Islam right in our chat, Nico. There you go. The peace, the religion of peace is there, providing its fruits, producing its fruits, like Jesus told us in the Gospels: beware of false prophets, for they come as wolves in sheep's clothing. Where a carcass is, vultures gather. You will know them by their fruits.
Yeah. So, I mean, here, speaking of ISIS, the dead can't see. I don't know, again, if he's projecting, because, you know, pagans are dead spiritually. And they're blind in their stupidity, in their, you know, vile behaviors. But is this a threat? Is this like is this a passive aggressive threat? Should we report them or what?
No.
Nah. All right. You just
Listen,
stupid.
one thing I've noticed, Nico, right? Whenever you confront them, and anyone will tell you this that has had these experiences. If you confront a Muslim on their own, right, they will never ever say boo to a ghost. They wouldn't. They wouldn't at all. And Francis will tell you as well with his own experience of when you catch them on their own, you can have a general polite conversation with them. But when you get them in groups, the group animalistic mentality kicks in, and they're all trying to prove themselves to one another who's the better Muslim, who's going by the verses properly, and the Mohammedan spirit comes out in all of them, and they just become like a pack of monkeys, just seriously attacking you or whoever it is, even if you're a woman. More so if you're a woman, they will do so. So you will know them by their fruits is just a perfect verse from a beautiful gospel written by eyewitnesses of Jesus who heard what he said, and we have that.
Yeah, and I encourage people. There's some beautiful Bible verses in the intro video that will play as an outro video at the end. Pay attention to those verses. You can't compare the wisdom of the real God, the true God, our Savior, to the drivel that comes out of Islam. I mean, compare, the eyes are the windows to the soul, to Islam's version, is corruption of the truth of the gospel, with the eyes are the leather straps of the anus. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, and then your wife is like a plowing field.
Right.
Basically go into her and just, savagely just reap what you've sown.
I mean, watch out Harlequin, romance novels. I mean,
Can you imagine a verse like, I don't know, like you got the one in the Quran, narrated by, let's say, Mary Magdalene. I was sat down whilst Jesus was praying, and I was scraping semen off his garments when da-da-da-da-da happened. Yet this is normal, apparently, in the Quran. You see it everywhere. Because that Aisha scraping semen off Muhammad's garments and stuff like that. And that was after the night that he apparently slept with all 9 of his wives, and had the sexual strength of, what was it, 100 men or 10 men, whatever it is. The fact that they believe in this stuff and this whole Jannah thing, where their Islamic heaven, which is completely different to what paradise actually is, where you get 72 large-breasted virgin whores. Why on earth, if you are genuinely in love with the person that you married to become one flesh, why on earth would you want to sleep with 72 other women with the sexual strength of 100 men and an everlasting length size of penis? I mean, that's what's written in their hadiths. And what is your loved, your wife, who in the flesh spent their whole life devoted to you, what is she doing whilst you're occupying yourselves with these whores? Oh, and virgin boys like Pearl with earrings. It's the same with their rivers of wine that they're allowed to drink from in Jannah, yet they're not allowed to touch a drop of alcohol here on earth. It's all nonsensical. It does
at best.
Let's leave it.
Yeah, I mean, stupid is the best thing you'd say about it. And I'm sorry to sound ugly, but I feel stupid is a word many use to make excuses for things. But Islam is evidently pure evil, and Bajabazi is one of the things. I mean, that's like, it's not just theoretical. It's like literally in practice, where little boys are dressed up as little girls and treated. I mean, it's just, I don't want to talk about it. It makes me physically sick when thinking about it.
But
that's
guys,
Islam.
if you don't like, what these idiots are saying here, don't respond to them. Seriously, don't keep replying to them. Ignore them. Seriously, ignore them. That you'll wind them up even more. Because this is a spirit of evil here. This is a spirit, a demonic spirit that lives in them that they're not aware of. Just seriously talk about how much you love Britain, how much you love Christ, and how much you love the fact that yesterday is the beginning of the end of all this nonsense between the liberal left and Islam. Because you're on your way out. You're on your way out. We're making sure of it, and it's happened. It's happening as we speak.
Yeah. So let me ask you. This was earlier. I kind of saved it for later. Got a couple of these actually. A couple of questions. Got good points and whatnot. But it was a mention of a Christian pastor that was arrested in London because he was reading from a Bible, and an officer came to him and said, "You're being arrested." Okay, so I mean, we saw that again with the lady who was standing outside of
said you're being racist, saying you are being racist.
You're being racist. Thank you. So we saw that with the lady that was standing out of an abortion clinic in America. The McDonald's of abortion is Planned Parenthood. But yeah, she basically was just silently praying across the street, not harassing anyone or anything, but just literally silently praying, and they arrested her and made a big show of her. Sorry?
In her head, yeah. Literally, it was the thought police, we call them. Yeah.
Thought police. Yeah, there you go. That's a very Eric Blair, George Orwell, 1984. Yeah, I mean, you can't even. Yeah, so I mean, this is all biblical. I mean, it's not something we're going to not have to go through, unfortunately, because Satan doesn't rest, and neither do his minions, evidently. But this too shall pass. It'll all come to pass as we're seeing it. I mean, Muslims are leaving at record numbers of their pagan cult.
Especially in Iran. Wow. Beautiful.
Iran. Egypt complaining about all the mosques closing, thousands of mosques closing. I mean, it's just, and then they come to the West and they see civility. They see Christian people, and they're moved by that, and they're like, I'm out of here. I'm not Muslim. This is embarrassing. I mean, how many online do you see coming out more and more and confessing their faith, putting their face and names online because they're like putting their thumb in Islam's eye? Like, you know what? We've had enough.
I forgot to tell you, but let me just interject very quickly before I forget. So yesterday there was a moment where I was with Francis. I don't know if he's still watching, but we were getting ready, and these two Muslim women wearing niqabs, or I don't know what you call them, but they didn't have the whole covering, but they you could tell they had the dresses, the clothing on. They were Muslim women. They were asking for directions. They were lost, and they were in the middle of a Tommy Robinson protest. I was absolutely creasing. So I had it on. I was filming them. I was filming anyway. I was filming the crowd. And I turned it to him and I said, "Are you here for the Tommy Robinson protest?" Because I wanted to interview him, and of course I knew they weren't. And they went, "Oh no," and I went, "Oh, then you must be very lost." And they were gone. I was creasing for ages. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Fancy that.
Yeah.
That's like a couple of, rabbis turning up to a pro-Palestine. Oh, do you know where I can go? Do you know where this is? Oh, wow. Perfect, though. But I'll tell you what, though, as well. It's like everyone's saying, oh, you were all racist. There was people from all different backgrounds and ways of life there. There was I actually had I started filming. I don't know why it didn't save. I have got it on my phone somewhere. There was this one guy who was from the Middle East, and I was filming him, and because he asked me to film him. No, it's strange. I had the camera out, and he said, "Oh, can you film me?" I said, "Yeah." So I started filming. I thought he was going to be, one of those surprise Muslims, surprise, and start, giving out dawah or whatever. But no, he was genuine, and he was talking about He loves this country. He was born here. Because I said, "Oh, where are you originally from?" And he said, "Oh, I was born here. I was born in Lancashire." And I was like, "Oh, okay." I said, "So, if you don't mind me saying so, you have got some, ancestry that's, obviously foreign. What, I just want you to comment on how you are here, and that, people are saying that it's only white people that are here, yet you're here. It shows that you don't have to be white to love this nation." And there were so many black people there as well. Like, it was unreal as well. People like from China. There was people from all different countries. Especially a lot of Asians. A lot of Asians, actually. In fact, there was 4 Iranians that done speeches at this place, and there was 2 or 3 black guys that come on and give a speech. So it just goes to show you, like, it wasn't how it was painted or how it is going to be painted. The treat, you'll only know if you actually watch, like the videos that I've put up, the content. So yeah. There was even one guy that I watched on a film earlier that was basically, he said, listen, he was saying, if you're scared, no, not scared. He goes, if you're embarrassed of coming down here because you're black or you're brown, he said, don't be. He said, don't be embarrassed or don't think that you can't fit in. He said, come find me. I'll look after you. He goes, we're here because we love Britain. We're patriots. We love this nation. And it was moving to see that, because we're not racists. We're not racist at all. I mean, there's loads of people who I know from different countries who I absolutely love and adore, and I lay my life down for. And yet you still have, of course they're going to label you racist because it's a bad terminology to have a bad tag against your name. That's like calling someone a paedophile, for instance. It's if you say don't talk to that person, they're a nonce. You're going to avoid that person. It's the same thing. That's what the left are doing. Is if they call you racist, far right, thugs, or anything on in that context, fascist, Zionist,
all the mass media labels, stupid. It's hypocritical too.
Yeah. Well, because when you look at it deeply, you can see that it's them that are, what they're accusing. But shall we get on with these?
Just a couple of minutes, or a minute, whatever. The Muslim revert actually got one right. It just goes to show that even a broken clock is right twice a day. So Hebrew Israelites they're definitely a group that are racist, and they're also full of it. But obviously, any child even knows that 2 wrongs don't make a right. Just because they're race doesn't mean that your Islamic racism is now okay. Just putting that out there.
Was it Ethiopians are raisin heads?
Yeah, I mean, they've
got this mythology about they ended slavery. It was the British. It was us British, and it was our navy that ended slavery, where thousands of our British men that served for our king and queen and our country died, whilst stopping the slave industry. So, and let's not, if you want to get into the history of slave industry, the Islamic Empire was the worst for slavery. And not only that, white people were slaves way before black people were.
Including Irish. You can't get much more white than Irish.
Exactly.
So exactly. Yeah, I mean, you say history, but it's also current events. I mean, just recently, who was it? Was it Iraq? I think Iraq was forced by the international community in like a couple of years ago, or a few years ago at most, to not allow public slave trade. So they're not now publicly doing it. Doesn't mean that they're not doing it. They're just not doing it out in the open. And that's Islam.
The Muslim revert said Brits were slave owners. Every country has been responsible for slavery, its owning slaves. no, I can't think you can find one that hasn't. So you can go on and on and on about moaning about Britain. If you don't like it and you're a Muslim, go and live in Saudi, go live in Pakistan, go live somewhere else. If you don't feel comfortable with our ways, our traditions, our culture, you know where to get a flight.
Right. And the difference is,
know how to come here quick enough.
And the difference is that Christianity, condemns slavery, where Islam prescribes it, insists upon it, and upon the quote unquote right hand possessions. So, night-day difference again. Stop being a hypocrite, please.
Just want to say a quick welcome to Sue Poole and Yorkshire Tea, who are new subscribers, and they are in the chat. Welcome to mine and Nico's video stream. I don't know, because I don't know which guys that you've subscribed to. If you can, please subscribe to both of us.
I also like this Eddie Mush guy. I'm loving him to death.
Yeah, he's really going for it. He's a Brit, I can tell.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's he's brilliant. Speaking a lot.
Crow's new to the stream, but he's growing on me too. I mean, anyways, not to. I'm just singling out these folks because, whatever. I mean, there's a lot of great.
Quite a lot of people in this evening's stream, haven't we? Do you think that's because I've got the cam on?
Yeah, man. Of course. Where's Francis for that one? Where's Francis when you need him?
Why? Am I not good looking enough?
Well, you're better looking than I am. I mean, you've seen my face when we did the stream together with Francis, so.
No, we don't. Let's continue with the video.
All right.
And in just over 1 month, we're going to be asked to vote again for these people, these politicians who leave our borders wide open, who try to cripple our economy and worship at the climate, who want to give away our houses, our health service, our hotels and anything to anyone as long as they are British. And I'm sick of it. We are not second-class citizens in our own country. And there isn't a single political party which cares about this attack on our culture. Our streets ring out with calls for murder every weekend, with people waving foreign flags. But if you carry your flag, whether you're big or small, black or white, gay or straight, you will be intimidated, beaten, maced, and arrested by our corrupt, two-tiered police force. So make sure today that you show them the grace that they don't show you in return. Make sure you don't give them the opportunity they're so desperate for to paint us as the very thing we are not. Do not allow them the excuse they want to have to exploit us. There are good men and women within the police force, even though that the crooks who give them the orders. And as for the politicians, all they care about is power. They want to give them more. They want us to give them more and more power. These people who are meant to serve us treat us like they're slaves. And I'm sick of it. So it will, in the end, be left to you lot, to all of us, to come here every month to tell them that our lives matter too, that British lives and British values matter too, and that we will not be bullied by an intolerant mob who forced a teacher and his family into hiding for his life in Batley, while his own MP remains silent to this day. Yes, you can know better. There are no blasphemy laws in this United Kingdom, and we will not be bullied into accepting them, ever. So I'm here to tell you, finally, that this is our home. We have nowhere else to go. And if you want to put the great back in Great Britain, it won't be the politicians who are going to save us. It's going to be down to you and me and everybody else. This is our country, and we want it back. Thank you.
Gives me goosebumps.
Yeah, it does.
You have to be there to actually experience the electricity of the atmosphere. It was just unreal. I've been to many soccer matches in my time, including Wembley, our biggest soccer stadium in the UK, with a 90,000 seat capacity, and it's the atmosphere there is amazing. But to have it on the street or in a small compact field, well, not field, but park, next to Parliament, surrounded by the people that we are actually, doing a protest against, the police and the establishment, it was unreal. And also, for the first time ever, for thousands of people to just let out that pent-up anger and frustration, sick to death of these pro-Palestinian marches and anti-Semitic chants and all this wokery being taught to our children in schools, and gender ideology, critical race theory, and being told you have to be ashamed because you're white and British. Yet yesterday, not only did we get that out, but we managed to also celebrate our identity for the first time since forever. It seems the only time people get the flags out, our flags out, are when we're participating in the Euros or the World Cup in football. And even then, it's, people put their own ones up now.
And I mean, this goes back actually. I mean, the research that I'm doing and showing and I'm sharing here in different ways on mass media, Hollywood especially, on this messaging, going all the way back to its very beginning, from the Birth of a Nation, 1915, a movie made by Freemasons, by the way. Hollywood being founded by Jews. That's a fact that the ADL, if you say otherwise, they will call you anti-Semite, by the way, for the record.
I've kissed goodbye to Muslim revert. I've just deleted him.
Yeah, I deleted him. Okay.
I stopped his freedom of speech.
Well, I mean, you can only take so much. It was just a matter of time. I don't blame you. I mean, like I said, I felt like from the very beginning he was a lost cause, and I hate to call anyone a lost cause because there's so many. I mean, maybe I don't want to speak for Francis if he's still around. Maybe Francis was also active when he was a Muslim, and saying all these things too. So, watching people like Steve, and I mean the list goes on, David, and so on, ex-Muslim. I mean, I mean these people were ex-Muslims, and now they're passionate for the faith, and passionate for Christ. And the guest that you found, Syrian seeker, Muhammad Aurelius, I mean, he was a jihadi. Aurelius was. So
he said that he come across our channel, one of our live streams, and I'm pretty sure he said it made him change his mind.
Wow, glory be to God.
Yeah, how incredible is that?
Yeah, that's
we haven't got many subscribers. I mean, we're just starting out, and I know I've got every ambition to take this as far as I possibly can.
Yeah.
I eventually want to be, working with Tommy and all those. That's my goal. Because I've got a lot of ideas, and I've got a lot of hope and a lot of strength that I can put into, all this. And with all the knowledge that I have on Islam and its background, it'd be pretty good to let some, people know exactly who they are and what they're about.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of mass media, you will build it, they will come. That's a movie line. I just had to put that up there. Baseball movie with I can't remember his face. Yeah, he's been in 1,001 movies. I'm having a brain fart anyway. Yeah, forgive me for stepping back, but you've sent like a lot of videos, and again, folks, I mean, you've praised me for my work, and I appreciate that. It's flattering, humbling, and but yeah, you're doing a lot of work. I don't want that to go unrecognized, including like all these videos and stuff. I'm not the biggest researcher and all these things. So appreciate. I mean, you've given me like 2 to 3 dozen videos to show tonight. There's no way we're going to cover it all. Yeah. But yeah, if I can, let me go back to just the political dude who's going on about funding this Islamization of the West, of UK specifically. Let me cue that up. This guy. All right.
Big thing I know that many Londoners who are Muslim face is their children not fulfilling their potential. Often they're underemployed or in jobs that they could do better jobs, but they haven't got the skills. Every Londoner who is on low income or not working will get free training to get the skills for jobs that are created in London. Really important in this great city. The other big issue facing Londoners, particularly Londoners of Islamic faith, is the issue of housing. And so we need to build far more homes in our city because often people from minority communities want to live near a mosque, near halal food, near places where there are other people like them. So they for a variety of obvious reasons, and they're priced out because there's not enough housing. So we're going to build at least 40,000 council homes, at least 6,000 rent control homes. And the final thing to say in relation to Londoners who are Muslim is, look, one of our strengths is our diversity. It's something I'm really proud of. I've organised since I've been there events like. The second big thing I know that.
Okay.
How foul is that? Is that racist? Is that not racist?
Well, I mean, into the 21st century definition of racist, no. In all reality, absolutely, of course, obviously.
But if there was a man there saying we're going to build 46,000 homes for Christians, imagine the outrage. There would be the uproar the left and the Muslims would make on that. And what is he on about? They've got no accommodation. Right. If you arrive here by dinghy and have done in the past 2 years, you get put up in a 4 or 5 star hotel. Most of them have got spas because they're retired golf courses and stuff because they're getting a lot of money from the government. I mean, lots. Enough to shut down completely to your average customer that you normally would have, to take even damage and reparation fees so you can restore things and repair things because they damage it when they're there, and they know that they do, so they have an insurance policy with them as well. And there was one that one of the guys who attended yesterday, Paul Thorpe, covered. They've got an indoor swimming pool. Right now, these guys as well, like all of the British taxpayers who use the NHS, which is our hospital organization, because we have free healthcare here.
HMOs, we call it in the States, yeah. So
if you use the NHS as a normal worker, working class citizen here would, at the moment, there's no access to any dentists. You can't get a dentist appointment anywhere. I can't find one that will take me as a patient at the moment. There's none. There's none within a 100-mile radius that will have me as a patient. I've tried. And it gives you a list of ones that are, and there's not any for a good 150 miles. And if you're waiting for a GP appointment, you're waiting up to 3 weeks. So by most of the problems that you actually have with your health, the temporary problems, they usually fade away by that point anyway. So there's no point making the appointment because by the time you get to see the doctor, you're better already. And the waiting list for operations, especially treatments of cancer and stuff like that, are like up to 1 year, 2 year waiting lists. I'm on a waiting list for 2 things, major things. And, one of them is life threatening if it doesn't happen. I'm on an urgent waiting list, yet it's a 2 year long one. How does that make sense? So, but these guys, as soon as they come in, within the first week of them being here and being vetted and what else, they get a GP appointment for an MOT check and all this stuff, blood work done, and God knows what else. Then you get a dental appointment immediately. Opticians, they're there, mobile, and they'll give you a free pair of glasses. Don't worry about it. Taxpayer will look after it. Then you get more than what the people who are unemployed get given on a card. So you get £175 a week put on this like special bank card, this chip and pin card you can use in ATMs and shops. And you can spend that on whatever the heck you like. And on top of that, they've got charities that will give you clothing or give you vouchers for supermarkets, shopping outlets, designer outlets. And they also, as custom, stay in touch with your loved ones. They provide you with either or both a mobile phone, a smartphone, and a tablet or a laptop to communicate with your family who are overseas. So you get all that given to you. If you come here by dinghy, you could be a rapist, a murderer, a paedophile. You could be absolutely anyone. You could have trained with ISIS for 17 years. Get on a dinghy, come over here, and that is exactly how you'll get treated. Yet, if we've lived here, our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents who fought, bled, died for this country, right? If you're one of us, we can't get a GP appointment for 3 weeks. Won't be able to see a dentist. We don't get this £175 on a card. We struggle with the cost of living crisis. Most of us are using food banks to get by. So where in the life of me is this right? Where does this make sense? That us who live and belong and were born and bred and fought and died and God knows what else, like with our ancestors for this country, why on earth are we being treated like this? It's unfathomable. And the worst thing is as a majority, we're being silenced. We're not even allowed to moan or talk about it. As soon as you do, you get labelled and cancelled and shut down, or even worse, put in jail.
Right.
But you know what the next step is, though? Once you go past all the jail stuff, it's genocide. There's a scale that was used in the demonstration yesterday in the video, in a documentary, which everyone, guys, please watch. It's called Lawfare, a Totalitarian State. You can find it on Rumble or YouTube. You Google it, you'll find it. Lawfare, a Totalitarian State by Tommy Robinson. And there's like a graph in it, and it shows how a country can be led into basically like a one organization type thing. I mean, even Keir Starmer laid out plans for a socialist energy idea for when he becomes prime minister in July, which has been debunked and thought, well, people are arguing over it already, but it's we already know that they've won, so this is why yesterday, Tommy and a lot of people said, listen, we're going to get nowhere with the election this year. It's too soon. We're not that united yet in terms of numbers. The message isn't that clear yet to some people. However, we've got 4 years, maybe 5 at most, to get our heads together, get our act together, unite, put our differences aside, and fight in any way or every way possible to protect what we love, adore about this nation. And we will. And we will succeed, because truth always wins.
Amen.
And like I said, that thing that's always within us British people, that spirit, that fighting, that fire, once that gets going, believe me, you can't put it out. And it's already been ignited yesterday. It was ignited yesterday, and it will go on forever. And it won't happen again.
Yeah. I just got to point out how not only do Christian nations bring in historical enemies.
There's the Tower of Babel.
Right. Thank you for saying that. Let's expand on that. But yeah, not only do we bring in not allow, but bring in our historical enemies, turn the other cheek, and provide for the poor, and so on and so forth. But we go into their lands. Well, now their lands. I mean, really Christian lands or Judaic lands, but and we help them build up their communities. Like Dubai has now the biggest building in the world, designed by Christian designers or Western designers, right? And the list goes on. Their Zamzam well, Western technology, built their magic water, right? That's actually a distillery built by Westerners. A distillery, a water plant, a water processing plant built by Westerners.
To do it themselves.
Well, whatever the case may be, I mean, we're not asking for a thank you, but I mean, for crying out loud, what the heck? Instead, we get terrorism and slander, and it's just I mean, deplorable. Doesn't even begin to cover it, to use Hillary Clinton's word. But we're waiting for you to repent. That's the whole thing. That's the difference between Islam and Christianity. One of the major differences. God doesn't demand that you love Him. He just hopes that you will. He hopes that you'll come to your senses, that your heart will soften, and you'll be thankful, at least thankful.
I love
for all the blessings you have.
Send that to me in text, will you? I love that. I'm going to use that one day. I love that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm getting preachy. It's just that this is a 9-day difference here, and that's why we were also protesting the lockdown and so on and so forth, all the tyranny. But yeah, that's why we're protesting Islam, not because we're racist and all this nonsensical stuff, but because fascism is fascism is fascism, and enough's enough.
Yeah.
Done with my soapbox moment.
Should we bring up another Carl Benjamin? He gave a good speech. That was beautiful what he did.
Okay. Carl Benjamin. Gerard Barton. Here he is. Okay.
Yeah, or Gerard Barton.
All right, let's do that one.
So Gerard Barton was an MP for, I think it was the European Parliament. It would have been amazing if we could have got him, a higher seat in the government or something like that. He would have made a great leader, and you'll be able to tell that by when you listen to him. And he's a working class man. He's someone who understands the people. I mean, because most of the people in government have been born with a silver spoon in their mouth. And when I say that, I mean, they're stuck up. They haven't walked or talked the streets like we do. The working class people do. They live in lovely, beautiful mansions with, everything's nice. The luxury around them's nice, and always has been. They've never had to go to a food bank or anything like that, or they've got it cushy, so they can go along with all this false pretense narrative, knowing that they've got a lovely home to go to, and people just love them because they talk nonsense, and that's why they get away with it, and that's why they don't mind doing it, because they know that if they just go along with it, the more rubbish. I mean, even I could do it. You could do it. We could turn around now and say, do you know what? Everything I said yesterday, I said because I was a racist. I was this type of person, but I'm changed now. I can see my old ways. I'm actually for LGBTQ rights, and do you know what? I'm going to stand with them all, right? And imagine if you did that. Do you know what? You'd be made famous like that. Boom. Someone would use you, and they'd use you in interviews on you'll be on Good Morning Britain or something like that within the next day or two. Former racist wants to promote LGBTQ, something like that, or and that's what they do, and you'd be rich, right? And all you'd have to do is just keep going along with the woke narrative and all the virtue signaling wash. And if you do that, then you get anything you want. But we we stick to the truth, and that's the problem with some people, that we're that loyal to the truth that we will go through the depths of hell and back before and even if you do try and break our spirits, you won't. We'd rather die than before doing all that. And that's why we know we'll win in the end, because they haven't got that in them.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You can't just put it in words. I mean, it's something you have to live and experience. But once you had a taste of grace, there's no turning back. You've already won. There's nothing that the enemy can do to you. I mean, yeah, we suffer, but at the end of the day, how many stories of saints, of people in general, of being tortured, suffering, in prison with joy, as silly as that sounds. Even The Art of Imposture. I'm not a big fan of this film because it almost feels like a terrorist piece because of all the executions it shows, the Islamic executions of Christians. But if you look that up, you'll see even in those instances, some of those people, as they're being dragged in, have a smile on their face. They're not crazy. They know they're going to meet God and that they're going to, maybe they know the cameras were on and this Islamic propaganda. And the Muslims do that, as we saw in October.
That's how the early church started and grew, was because when people were watching, Christians walking into pits with lions and bears, smiling, they thought, what faith have they got? What God do they believe in to not worry about the painful, gruesome experience they're about to endure? And then it got them interested. And then when they realized and woken up to who God is in the sense of Jesus Christ, they realized that why it is the truth. That wow. And it grew and grew and grew until eventually the Romans turned it into their faith. With Constantine. And yeah, it's irony. But that's how you play it. We did that. We conquered the world in terms of spiritually by not giving in, not retaliating, not having faith, putting our faith to the test right there, even to the death. Yet Islam, and they won't. They just they just want to. They say that they don't worry about death so much, yet they're so quick to act like they don't want to do a bad deed or anything. So they're so quick to do Allah's work for him. So here's Gerard Batten. It was one of the. I've heard of him before. I've heard of his name. I haven't heard much about him, but I learned a lot since. And I'll tell you what. Why he isn't in a political party? Maybe he is. I don't know. But he certainly should be sat in Parliament. Let's watch him.
Okay.
Or should I say, drunken, bald-headed, tattooed thugs?
Okay. Let us start.
What kind of people? Now, you remember who called you that, don't you? You won't forget, will you? Least of all when he tells you how to vote in this general election. Now, I'm here today to support Tommy Robinson because he speaks the truth. Now, Winston Churchill said, I'll quote, "Courage is rightly considered the foremost of all the virtues because all of the others depend on it. Without courage, nothing great is possible, and Tommy Robinson is a brave man." Tommy was a political prisoner and he suffers continuing persecution because he speaks the truth and defends those people who cannot defend themselves. And he has been vindicated in everything that he said. Now, some political figures who would not defend him when he most needed them now talk openly about the very things they condemned him for. And you can see them on their YouTube channels and on GB News. Don't forget what they were saying when he was locked up in Belmarsh. We are becoming a modern totalitarian state where you will be punished for speaking the truth.
Join the club.
But now there is no need to put people into concentration camps or gulags. They can be simply cancelled electronically. The people that govern us are traitors. We know that, but what causes them to betray their country and future generations? Governments of whatever party, when they're elected, are controlled by an elite of globalist monopolists, supranational financial and international corporations, as exemplified by the World Economic Forum. I hear Klaus isn't well. I'm sure you send him your best wishes.
What, is he vaxxed or what? I doubt it.
I think Klaus is ill at the moment.
Yeah, this blue Gila monster, whatever, blue Gila monster. Yeah, I just had to put his comment up here, the typical mass media Mooney, with a brilliant commentary, parroting mass media by saying hillbillies, based on what? What is that comment based on? Do you see hills anywhere around there? Is a speech, or are you just being a robot?
It's not worth the breath.
Yeah.
Just press play.
I needed to pause the video, so why not pick on him while I do that? All right, let's keep it going.
Now, the globalist plans is to destroy democratic Western society and civilization, and to create a new feudal society where they are the aristocracy and the rest of us are the peasants and the serfs. Now, voting in this next general election is pointless. We know what we're going to get, a globalist government. But there is one thing that you can do to protest, which I can suggest, which is to write none of the above on the ballot paper. Now, as I said, whoever wins is going to be controlled by the globalists, on whom they depend for funding. If a government disobeys them, funding will be withdrawn. They hold governments hostage in a financial stranglehold. And you don't have to take my word for it. Liz Truss intimated just as much in an interview she did on trigonometry. Go and listen to it. Now, it's taken decades for the globalist plan to mature. The whole of the Western world now faces the same problem. But there are millions upon millions of ordinary, decent people across Europe and the English-speaking world who do not want to live in serfdom and who want their countries and freedoms back. And more are waking up. So what can be done about it? Well,
I just got to say, I do admire, to some degree at least, his ability to take his time and articulate each word, something I obviously struggle with, but I'm doing it right now as I speak. And you see how clearly everyone can understand me. So I appreciate that. All right. Again, I'm just being silly. Also, yeah, since I'm being silly, with regards to the robot in chat parroting mass media, thinking he's brilliant doing that.
It's like winning bipolar. I'm by winning. We understand winning. Wow, winning. Alrighty then.
Do you think so?
Well, isn't that special?
I'd buy that for $1.
Nothing quickly, nor easily. But as a first step, Tommy has come up with a brilliant idea, which is to launch a coalition for freedom, movement for cultural change, to rally international support.
Yes!
There will be nothing in his multi-point plan that no right-thinking person or political party cannot support. We might call it a cultural counter-revolution to reverse the cultural revolution of insanity that we've had foisted on us over the last couple of decades. It will be a long struggle, but people are waking up around the world. I have to say to you, however, ultimately, the solutions must be political. Traitorous governments will not reform themselves. The solutions will depend upon political power and political parties, and that can only come through the ballot box. But the desire for truth, freedom, and liberty can never be suppressed. Thank you.
Okay.
Brilliant.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. He pretty much said it. He was pretty straightforward in that. I don't know what else to add to that, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Should we do Carl Benjamin's speech?
Okay.
I think that was. I think that might be the last one. Oh, Mayor Tussi's.
Mayor Tussi's. Yeah, let's do Mayor Tussi's. Let me see. Fisticuffs and hand button-ups. Interview with. Oh, there he is. Okay.
It was
right.
amazing to see him yesterday. It really was.
Yeah. I apologize for the delays. I just gotta do like a dozen clicks before I can share. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's try that again. And here we go. All right, there we go. All right.
I'm here with Mayor Tussi from Tussi TV. Tussi, what do you expect from today?
A huge standout. I think it's going to be the largest rally we've had from the British Patriot side. Hopefully a positive vibe. This is not really just about us being angry, but it's actually about promoting our British values and securing the future. Hopefully, it doesn't matter what party you're from, if you're political or not, stick together.
Brilliant. Congratulations on your channel. It's growing every day. Absolutely amazing. My family, like 3 generations, we love you, Mayor. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you very
much. Where's Tommy?
He's having breakfast.
Right. Okay. Let's hope you don't get arrested at this one.
Exactly. Yeah.
Brilliant. Mayor, thank you so much. Have a lovely day. So yeah, that's brilliant. So yeah, we've got Mayor Tussi there.
Yeah, that's not his speech. That was the chance I got to interview Mayor.
Bummer. Okay, let me see.
Which is he was interviewing everyone else. And I thought I'd do something different. I'm going to interview him.
Yeah, I like that. That was a good call. Yeah, sorry about the mix-up. All right, give me 1,001 clicks here.
Yeah, just take your time. No one's worried about it.
Yeah, well,
you
dead air.
Much about the times and stuff.
Yeah. Well, dead air is a big no-no in production, so whatever.
No, it's all good. There's no dead air anyway. Oh, what was I going to say? Yeah, so the next one's on July the 27th. And it's a shame that you can't... Syrian Seeker is in the chat.
Yeah. Christ is risen. Truly is risen. Yeah. All right, should I go ahead and play the video?
Yeah.
All right.
Right. The next gentleman to speak today is a man that I respect, a man that's been slandered, he's faced attacks, and every time, certainly in my defence, he's defended my name when it would have been easier to take the other route. So, Carl Benjamin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carl Benjamin. You've probably seen me in the media this week being monstered by a politician, given no right of reply, obviously. If I was just a common citizen, then this would be a major problem. Thankfully, I have a media organisation, loadseats.com, and we are guilty of interviewing a former prime minister. That was my crime, and that's why I'm in trouble. But I stand today as just a husband, a father, an Englishman.
I just got to stop it there. I hate to say it, that's news to me. So he got arrested for what now? What happened there?
So he interviewed, I think it was Boris Johnson. I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure it was. So it must have been Boris. It was, if not Boris, it would have been Liz Truss. And as a result, he got cancelled and silenced by everyone. Even now, Alexa, who is Carl Benjamin, UK?
Yeah, I was just going to ask.
Carl Benjamin, also known by his online pseudonym Sargon of Akkad, is a British far-right, anti-feminist YouTuber and political commentator.
Wow.
He is a far-right anti-feminist. There you go. Even my bloody Alexa, who is Muhammad?
Here's what I found on Wikipedia.
Alexa,
Muhammad
stop. Alexa, what is Islam?
It's a filthy cult from the Middle East that need killing.
Alexa, what is a Muslim?
It's a gang of pedophiles and rapists who want to finger Muhammad in his ass.
So it can work both ways.
I guess so. Oh, wow. Did not see that one coming. All right. That was epic. I got to clip that one, buddy. If you don't do it, I'm doing it. That's going up short.
You can crack on.
Epic. That made my day. Nothing. Yeah. Anyway. Wow. I don't know. I'm completely thrown off by that. I don't know where to go now. All right. Let's get to the video. Here's a good spot.
Yeah.
And I can see that we're still alive. Because by God, you wouldn't know it if you were looking at the TV, would you?
No.
Where is your representation? Where are your concerns being made present? And I tell you, man, this country has real problems. Like, I just want to tell you something about me. So, my father joined the RAF at 16 to get out of poverty. Became a sergeant and spent his life just doing desk work, really. It wasn't anything glorious, but it was good, respectable and necessary. And so that meant for my formative years as a teenager, I grew up in Germany, RAF Germany, JHQ. And so I actually know what it's like to live on a colony. A colony has characteristics. It has a certain kind of people who reproduce their own culture, with their own laws, in their own language. It matters that they are different to the other populations around which they live. Now, when we were on the British colony in Germany, it was very obviously a transplant of England to be placed in Germany. When you went from England into Germany, it became very obvious. None of the street signs were in German on the colony. No one spoke. I don't speak a word of German. I lived out there for 8 years, so I didn't have to. I was surrounded by England in Germany because they lost a war. Now that colony's gone. It's all been disappeared. But the point being that we are seeing the colonization of England now. And I say this from direct experience. We see courts that are not English courts. We see language on the signage that is not English. We see Labour MPs such as Naz Shah campaigning in Urdu for her constituents. This is the sign of colonization.
Yeah, and I'm glad that he said it over again. The word colonization. We actually were speaking about that earlier in the stream.
Yeah.
And it's great to see more people including I can't remember who it was, but including ex-Muslims are also using that same word and making that same argument. On our streams. In fact, why is colonization only being used in public school systems for European nations and not anyone else when everyone else was doing it?
That's it.
A wrong is a wrong, a bad is a bad, and so on.
Exactly.
All right, let's keep going.
And I say this because this is my experience. I know this firsthand. Nowhere, absolutely nowhere, is an Englishman's concern represented in our own parliament. And yet you have to pay for it. You are paying unbelievable amounts of money to people who are born overseas so they can live in this country. Half of the social housing in London is occupied by people born overseas. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And they won't tell you that.
This is what is happening to us every day by these people. Because you can't really blame the strangers that they allow to come and live among us. Well, they're just responding to incentives. They're just going to come because we're offering them money. We're offering them a place to live. We're offering these things, well, why wouldn't they? This should never have been allowed. This is why the country is creaking under the weight of immigration. Everything costs an unbelievable amount. The NHS is failing. Your children will not be able to buy houses. It used to be, when I was a teenager, the average house price was 4 times the national average wage. Now it's 12 times. Demand matters. Demand on the NHS matters. About 10%, 11% of this crowd is probably on an NHS waiting list.
Yep.
So the NHS was the medical system you were talking about earlier, the social, whatever, the socialist Medicare system, right?
Yeah.
In the UK? Okay, all right. Just want to make sure.
But it's unbelievable what they're doing to us. And they're doing it because of a fiction. They think this will grow the economy. Well, okay, where is it? Where is it? Everything is falling apart. Like, I live in Swindon, and 5 years ago it was quite nice, actually. I know everyone talks Swindon down, but I'm a man of Wessex, and I'm going to defend it. Thank you.
Hey!
Swindon is where I live, okay? Shut up, that drawing down. But now it looks post-apocalyptic. The street, it looks like there's just a tidal wave of the global nomads. They're not from any one place. They're not any one kind of people. You can't get to know them. There's a myriad different languages. And they're just here because the government thinks one day they'll pay the pensions. They're not going to pay any pensions. When things get bad here, they're just going to piss off, okay? This is our country. We live here. This is the inheritance and patrimony of the English. I want them to hear the word. It's the forbidden word. England. England.
Hoorah, England. I'm not even English, and I want to shout England.
I love seeing the flags. I love seeing the flags. Love it. So, just to conclude, we have real problems. None of the mainstream parties are going to solve these problems. We are going, as Lawrence said, we are going to have to do it ourselves, and we can. But we have to remember, and this is the most important thing, upon the conduct of one depends the fate of all. We stand and fall together, so you have to remember your dignity as an English man and woman is on the line. Act worthy of the respect of your ancestors. Those great and glorious, victorious ancestors of ours are watching. They want us to win. We have to win for our children. This is it. There's no stepping backwards. There's no apologies. It's just forwards. We don't need to worry about any of the media, any of the communists. We don't need to worry about any of them. We just need to take a proper and wholesome message to the British people. We are going to do this. Thank you.
He was great, right?
Oops. Was that? Should I kept on going? Where's that?
No. How much was left of it?
Just like a half a minute, but it was just yeah. Bobby coming back on. So
yeah. So yeah, Carl Benjamin. I watch a lot of his content already. He's on a platform called the Podcast of the Lotus Eaters. Weird name, but I'll tell you what, the lads on there, they should be in Parliament. They are so very intelligent, and let's say they speak the common English tongue, the old traditional English, the very Polish English. Yeah, it's like they almost you can tell that they use fancy words. They're very. Oh, you feel upper class when you listen to them, but they talk about real stuff. They're not talking nonsense. They know what's going on, and there's no filter. Neither they literally say it how it is, and there's no fear. Neither that's what I love about them, and they're very big. They've got a very big platform there, and he also has his other bits and bobs. There's one other video that I wanted to. Have you got that one from Big Don Keith that I sent you?
The comedy one? No. I got Soko Films, the counter protest journalist, No Sharia Law by Soko Films.
Oh yeah, if we do the counter protester one, so this we'll watch that one, and then I'll send you the guy from America, because I'll send you that now. He was amazing. Because
that's the guy that you said that was walking in the crowd, and
he was behind me, and he was supposed to be in somewhere. So I just had a message.
Speaking of solidarity, I mean, there you go. There's people even from America coming to be part of this march, in other places, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, no, we had Anna McGrath or something like that. She come all the way from Australia to be part of this. Yesterday, there was people that travelled from Canada, the United States. There was a few people from the United States that come along and gave a speech, but it was the Big Don, Keith, and I can't remember the name of the other guy now, but he was really good. Unfortunately, I didn't get to film him because it was at the very end. But he was he was more hyped up than any of them were actually when he gave his speech. All of them put together, he was really going for it.
Okay.
He was very annoyed about what was going on in the States. But he was very, for some reason, it won't let me.
Well, I got the one you said about Big Don Keith. The one I put up is the counter protester.
Yeah.
You want to watch that?
Yeah, that would be good. I had a message from Francis, but it won't. For some reason, it won't let me go onto his chat, which is strange. He said play this on your stream, but I don't know where it is.
Yeah, maybe you could share it with me, and I can try it. Maybe
it won't let me. It won't let me actually go onto my. I'm trying to go onto my.
It's always something with technology. All right, while everyone's waiting, I'm going to play this.
Yeah.
See, here we go, an instigator. You always get them. Who's that one? Ignore him. Ignore him, guys. Don't bite. Don't bite.
I love the fact that you're keeping your noose. You're obviously praying. You're like, you know what? I'm not going to give in to the passions here and give in. And in fact, instead, you're shouting to everyone else to keep their calm and keep their noose, keep their minds.
Yeah. Well, if you look at the lads in front of me that are even around Tommy. So you got the lad with who's going bald on the top of his head with the earpiece in. Furthest at the back. He's my friend, a friend of mine who's got a book. He's a ex-soldier who I think he suffers from PTSD, and he written a book called When War Follows You Home, which is an amazing book. I told him that I would promote it in a live stream, so there you go, Ben. So Ben Close, When War Follows You Home. You can buy that on Amazon. It's a really good read, very personal, very emotional, and gives you a very good insight of how it is to be a veteran and what happens when you come home. Then you got the guy on the right with the baseball cap on, with a beige hoodie on. He was rather annoying, actually. He got on my nerves quite a bit. I didn't like the fact that my friend Ben let me come up close to walk with them and talk to Tommy. And every time I went to talk to Tommy and Danny Tomo, which is the guy furthest right with the black gilet and white jacket on underneath, every time I went to talk to either him or Tommy, he would push past and say, get back, get back. And Danny and Tommy both said, he's all right, he's all right. And all the security, they were all like, he's all right, he's one of us, he's one of us. And I was recording, and then there was this other woman saying, you have to go in front if you're going to record. If you're a YouTuber, or if you're streaming, or if you're media, then you need to be in front. I said, I'm not media. I said that I'm marching with you. I said, look, the guy said to hold on and to go round, and he said, listen, stick with us because we're going to need your strength and your size. So I did, and you know, it was almost like it was like jealousy. But you know, Tom, at the end of the day, Tommy's got he's a very big figure now, and he's going to be a very bigger figure in the future. And I can see why, you know, I can tell it wasn't in concern for the security, because he already got told that, you know, I was one of them and whatever. But as you can see, so with this march, this woman was walking with us for a good 5 minutes. Absolutely fine. All of a sudden got to the front, managed to get herself into the front, and she just, out of nowhere, got a camera out. And I think from what it looked like, from when not from the camera's point of view, but from my eyes, from what I could see with my eyes, and from what everyone was telling me, she actually tried to slap Tommy.
Wow.
So, and there was also someone else that come in who had a bottle of like some kind of fluid, which could have been brick acid or could have been absolutely anything. But luckily the top they didn't even get a chance to get a top off or anything, or even attempt to use it if they were intending to use it, and they were just chucked out to the side. So the steward's plan basically is, as soon as one come close, the one closest to that person who was causing the offense or trying to get to Tommy or whoever it was, would grab hold of them, shove them to the next person. The other person will basically chain play them all the way down to the end, and then the stewards will get them off and deal with them. So yeah, so this woman literally goes in to do something. She gets thrown around like a rag doll, and she gets not only that, but she gets put in like a group of all the women that are supporting Tommy and working for Tommy, and they give it her. And then she did it at a point of time where there was, and do you know what? One thing that most of us didn't know neither, in some of the top windows, all the way down during the march, there was police officers. There was none in sight around the march itself, none whatsoever. But there was police officers in windows all down with cameras and possibly weapons. We don't know. Yeah, that were watching us all. And when we got to this certain building, there was a load of other protesters on the steps.
Yeah.
The bit that we're getting to now, and everyone's there. They're all getting piped up, and they're getting really annoyed. And I'm saying, listen, don't play into their hands. Don't give them what they want, because this is the part where we're meeting the mainstream media now.
Right.
And they're covering it. So if they want to use something to, make it look like a bad demonstration or whatever, that would have been the time. That's why that woman did what she did and tried to, wreck everything for everyone, because she knows that everyone's already on a short fuse as it is. And, they don't want any more. Yet you see one of these left liberal radicalists come in trying to attack the guy that, you is the only voice that you've got at the moment. They're going to get annoyed, especially if they got a few drinks on board, So I was shouting, boys, don't bite, don't rise to it. And it don't sound loud on the camera, but I was I was shouting it. I was shouting to them, don't. And it wasn't just to the lads on the front. It was to the lads all around me. I was turning around saying, don't give in. Keep walking, leave. And they did. They listened. So.
And unfortunately, and I'm working on this, earlier part of my life, I was definitely better at praying unceasingly, keeping my noose in these things. Naturally, what happens is when you get assaulted by things, they don't affect you naturally. I mean, it just means nothing. And again, the pro-life marches in DC, it's something that you have to experience when you have these antagonists on the sidelines like this, jeering at you. You have to see it and feel it. I mean, the degree of toxicity is like almost, it's probably supernatural, it's preternatural, as crazy as that might sound. And again, that's what I'm saying. You have to see it, witness it to understand. Because me saying it, I just sound like a loon right now. I'm aware of that. But it's just, it's quite something. And that was my concern, in addition to everything else about this event, was that, because you have a big group of people, and when you do have a big group of people, no matter what, as according to psychology, and this is true, we have that groupthink mentality. You have someone who might do something, and next thing you know, the rest of the group, or at least a portion of the group, starts hurting toward that thing. Not even know what's going on. It's just a natural instinct to want to do that. And that's the problem. And that's why that woman did what she did. She was trying to trigger this groupthink mentality and reaction, and she failed because, she's dealing with Christians.
And not only that, the fact she's a woman would have made it worse. That's why they got a woman to do it. Because if one of the lads laid a hand on her, then it would have been, anti-feminist beats woman,
Great point.
So, there's loads of factors into it. It's right in front of the mass media. It's right in front of counter-protesters, which would have stuck up for her initially. The fact that she was a woman and they were men defending her, that's why we had that group of women there waiting for her. So we knew something was going to happen. So, it was just watching out for when it did. And I used my size and my voice and my, even though I'm a joyful, happy, jolly person most of the time, but I used my intimidating face that I've got, which apparently can be quite grueling, to my snarl. I can't do it when I'm smiling.
Show your mean face. I can't.
But it worked, and they all took attention to it. I was like, don't fucking dare.
Yeah, and patriotic Christian. In case those who know, he's a pretty big fellow. So I can imagine the bellowing voice and the face, and you're literally a beacon of reason, which is brilliant. God bless you for that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, shall we move on?
Yeah. Keep watching it. Yeah.
Don't rise! Oh, Tommy Roberts!
Yeah, get him back in focus. I love that moment too.
Yeah. So that's what I did. I thought, right, because some of them actually started jerking towards them, and they let go of my actual my arms, which they were supposed to be holding on to protect the circle around Tommy. And when they were heading towards that area, I thought, right, okay, right, what I'll do, I thought, oh, Tommy. So I did the old Tommy chant, and then everyone started following, and I thought, yes, I won. Because then they thought their attention was back onto Tommy, what we were doing. It was a God-given moment, thanks be to God. And and it was at that time, just before we went past a massive flag, saying Christ is King, which was beautiful.
Perfect.
But yeah, keep playing.
All right.
Oh, Tommy Robinson! And we find ourselves back together. It's like the fourth time now, isn't it?
I got to say about the flag up front. On one side, it's the British flag, the English flag, and on the other side, it's I keep forgetting the name for it. The naval flag. What is that called again?
I can't remember.
Oh, you said earlier the usual flag with the 3 crosses on it.
Few crosses.
The 3 crosses, yeah, the British flag. Oh boy,
the 3 lions.
Yeah, like it's got the Scottish.
The Union Jack. No, the
Union Jack. Thank you. Yeah, the Union Jack. Brilliant. I mean, yeah,
that's the Union Jack, that purple one with the 3 lions on.
Yeah.
The Union Jack's the one that guy with the the greenish coat has got behind his back.
Yeah, it's just brilliant. It's just a great flag. I mean, it's a unity thing and all that, but it's also it just so happens, and it's maybe by design, it represents the crucifixion, the moment, my favorite moment, I share it all the time. The 3 crosses, the good thief, the bad thief, and Christ. It's just wonderful. It's glorious. Sorry.
It was done by design.
Sorry?
It was done by design.
Okay. There you go. Beautiful.
Yeah. You should have hired me. I'd have done it for free. Allah. Who the fuck is Allah?
Pardon the English, folks.
They had Muhammad is a pedo. Muhammad is a pedo. That was they had the worst thing about it all is though that Allah, who that is Allah. Obviously it's a copy of a song that that Alice who that is Allah. It's a song. Basically that Allah one, there was a kid that got caught singing it and on video, and then the left-wing media used it, and all the obviously left-wing snowflakes were commenting on there like, oh, day out of Borstal, all this stuff, all this, what a great British citizen, what great wonder where his parents is, all that stuff, nonsense. So I took it upon myself to get a picture of a Palestinian child with a rifle in their hands. I said, yeah, it could be worse, couldn't it?
Wow, perfect.
Yeah, there we go. Fight fire with fire, eh?
Yeah. All right. So this is the other video you sent. Is that the right one?
So there's that one. No, we've already watched that one.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah. So there's one I've just uploaded.
Big Don Keith.
Oh yeah, that was that. Yeah, that's another one. And then there's only one more after. And then we're
Let me try that again. I don't know what happened there. Or was that one? Is that the one with? Let me try it again. Let's see what happened. Sorry about that, folks.
Yeah, that Big Don Keith.
Yeah, no, this is a different one. Okay, we're good. I must have somehow copied the wrong link. All right, here we go.
For some reason.
1,001 clicks.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We ready?
Yep.
He's become a good friend of mine. He's flown over from the United States of America. Big Don, come on. You've got to see the size of his triceps. Hello, England! People always ask me, why do you care so much about Tommy Robinson and England? It's because your plight is our plight. Everything that's happening to you is happening in the United States right now. I want you guys to know that Tommy Robinson is a national treasure.
Yeah, it's worldwide. Worldwide.
And I hope you protect him as such and appreciate him as such. The lawfare that they're doing to Tommy Robinson now is the same thing they're doing to our former president, Donald Trump. Tommy and you guys are representative of what's going on in the Western culture right now. It's going all over the West. We have to fight back. We have to fight back starting now. If you're at home watching, if you're not fighting, if you're not standing up, if you're not speaking, you have to raise your voices. We have to take back the West. Thank you, Tommy Robinson. Thank you for being a great patriot. You can follow me at Real Don Keith on X and Instagram, The Real Beef Don Keith on Facebook. Thank you very much. Siraj, where's Siraj?
Oh, Siraj. Corner.
What's that? I'm sorry?
So this is Siraj from Covered something. I can't remember. But yeah, he gave a speech as well. If you want to play that, it's good.
All right.
It's only a quick one.
How's it all going? Yeah, I'm Siraj. My channel is called Actual Coverage. I started in 2020 when the lockdown happened. But I never trusted the media for years, for decades. Like, I remember when I was 18, that's when I realized they're lying because all of a sudden I'm paying tax. But the penny dropped during lockdown, and I realized that, look, it's getting very serious now. And very quickly, I refused to comply. And I was like, I'm not complying with this bullshit. And I came out just like all of you. I see a lot of people who are there with me too. And then we all saw the media. 100 people turn up. 1,000 people turned up. It was the biggest protest in UK history. And then I heard the stories from the people next to me, horrible stories. And I was just thinking, that should have been filmed. So I had a little GoPro, and I went out and I started doing it, and I haven't stopped. And now we're all here. And what's amazing is I see everybody who started with me, and they're all here. And after 4 years, like, it's the first time somebody asked me to actually come on stage, come behind the barrier and get some recognition, not just for me, but for everybody, because we're all doing our own little things. So thank you, Tommy, and thank you everybody involved in the team for actually doing this, because there's a lot of unsung heroes here who are just grafting and we're fighting. So thank you very much. And where to follow me? Actual Coverage. Right, it's on everything: Twitter, Rumble, Odyssey, Telegram, and YouTube. But that's a dying place. Fuck YouTube, exactly. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your.
I like this guy.
Yeah,
My-
she can.
My sentiments exactly. Rumble. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. By the way, join us on Rumble if you haven't already. We got this stuff going on there too. You got to keep it going.
So yeah, I've just sent you on Skype the now. If you can find that, whilst I'll tell you who he is. So Father Calvin Robinson is, I believe, the Church of England or the Anglican, one or the other. I'm sure he's the Church of England. He's a vicar or some sort. So, or a priest, one or the other. He's got a platform where, so although he's obviously a Christian and he's a vicar or a pastor or whatever you call it, he also does he does his work in a way that it also involves politics. So he can work the pair of them to appeal to Christians and represent us Christians. So that's what he tries to do. He tries to talk about the persecution of Christianity. He's very clued up about and knowledgeable about the culture and history that is Christian enriched here. And yeah, he's an ambassador, if you like, for Christianity, and could be the future of a Christian revolution here in the UK, maybe elsewhere as well. So he wasn't able to make the event yesterday, unfortunately. There's loads of reasons why, apart from the personal and private one, but there's also the security risk. And that is because of how Catholic now. Okay, so yeah, he's a Catholic, must be a Catholic priest then. So he, for security reasons, wouldn't have been able to make it there anyway, really, because of his unfiltered views and speeches on Islam. Like Mari Emanuel has had lots of threats. He appears on a lot of podcasts and even our independent, forever growing news team, GB News, that's here in the UK. He's on there quite a lot too. Or was. There's something that went wrong not so long ago. I don't know if he still does, but so yeah, he's very supportive of Tommy, and this was his message to people that are there. We'll watch that.
Out of fear of causing the truth. We've skirted around this for so long, out of fear of causing offence. Well, we have to stop being afraid of causing offence because our country is being torn apart as a result. The truth is, there are many, many people in this country that want to turn it into an Islamic caliphate. And I don't want Britain to become an Islamic caliphate. I don't want England to become an Islamic caliphate. I look at countries that are predominantly Mohammedan, and I see that people are thrown off roofs for having the wrong sort of lifestyle. Women are not allowed to drive or learn and have to cover their faces with all but the letterbox of the niqab. It's wrong. It's inappropriate. It's wrong.
And little children have to cover up too.
So you see that woman with the sunglasses on?
On the very front here? Above here?
No, left. Yeah, there. Okay. So that was the one that Francis was talking about, who I can't remember where he said she was from, but she was getting very passionate when Calvin was talking about how Islam is and how it treats women, and that's why she was going, like, at first I thought she was saying F you to Calvin. That's why I tried getting her on film, but she wasn't. She was agreeing with him, saying, yeah, the Muslims, was giving Islam the middle finger, and she was like, someone like Francis said, who has experienced it firsthand. So she knew exactly what it was like, and that fire, that's why she was with us and there was loads of Iranians there as well. Like, I mean, there's even a lad there who was brought up in a Muslim background there, and then that girl left to the one that I'm talking about with the bottle in her mouth.
Yeah.
That's Amy from Speaker's Corner, and the black guy with her, who was you seen just before you paused it, was Jono, who also does Speaker's Corner, and then obviously Francis Bull. Yeah, so there's them two. They're from Speaker's Corner. Then you have Francis there, and then there is another lad as well next to Francis who also does Speaker's Corner, and he got on stage too. He was called up on stage to present his channel and his thoughts because I think he was Iranian as well. Yeah, next Iranian. And then there was another lad from Speaker's Corner who also went on, and also Bob. So a lot of people from Speaker's Corner went there, and what I would have liked to see is Hatun Tash on stage there.
Well, I mean, I think she's doing videos again, it looks like. So
yeah, I have seen, because I'll tell you what, if she would have been able to be there and give a story of what's happened to her over the recent years.
Yeah, that would be great.
Believe me, that would have enlightened a few people. So that I'm going to go through my links that I can to get hold of Thomas' team to say, listen, here's what I think you should do for the next one, who you should invite. And I've got some things written down which could be very helpful for them. That's what I mean. We're all a unit. We're all a team here. And like the guy said, by turning up and standing there, you're showing support and speaking out, in numbers, it's fantastic. But there's also people like, the lads that are on there, that people like myself who go and we teach people about this, and we talk about it all the time. We don't get the credit we deserve because we put ourselves at massive risk doing what we do. Because once your face goes public, that's it.
But the beautiful thing is, sorry guys,
I used to be a bit self-conscious about it and a bit wary because I didn't think I'd have that much of an army behind me if something happened. But going to yesterday, I realized that I'm part of something a lot more bigger than what I thought it was. That's why today I decided no more. Stop cam.
Yeah. All right. So shall we go on?
Yeah. You'll love the next bit.
It's not in our way of life. The English way has always been freedom of religion, so that people can worship however they want. The problem there has been that it was always assumed that we'd be worshipping the Christian God, and that is no longer the case, which means that people are worshipping this warmongering paedophile, probably under demonic influence, and it's tearing us apart at the seams. So what is the answer to that? The answer to that is return to Christianity, return to Christ. And there are many, many people on our side who do not have the faith, but still see the importance of Christianity. To leave you with a message, I will not call it Muslim. I will not use the word Muslim. Muslim means true believer. They are not true believers. People who worship or who follow Muhammad are not true believers of God. Just as when they say Allahu Akbar, it doesn't mean God is great. It means God.
Muhammadan. He's absolutely right. I'm not saying Muslim.
He said Muhammad. He said Mohammedan countries that, and then he talked about the God. He said, no, he talked about Muhammad. He said he's a warmongering paedophile who's probably under a satanic something. And I just thought,
just telling it like it is.
Yeah, well, brilliant,
Yeah. And then he goes, I cut it off, unfortunately, but he's talking about Allahu Akbar. It doesn't mean God is great, but God is greater. Greater than what? Which, greater than the real God? You're paying God is greater than the real God? Try again.
It is greater. These are claims of dominance. That this Islamic faith is centered on taking over, to invade a land and to turn it into a caliphate for Islam. It is to get Sharia everywhere. Now, we don't want Sharia. Well, I don't want Sharia. I won't speak for you. If you don't want Sharia, we all need to stand up and say, we do not want Sharia in this country.
Yeah, let me give a plug out real quick to other folks. Speaking of how we're all one body of Christ, and we're all children of God, which is why Muslims are allowed in Christian nations, because we give them the opportunity to repent and go back to God. But yeah, the guys, Paul Sutliff, Cross and Crescent Discussion Group, had a stream while we were streaming. They do one every Sunday afternoon, EST. So yeah, they do a great job covering Sharia law, and these organizations, UN organizations, CARE and all that, and how they're funded by Muslim Brotherhood and all these things, exposing these things that they've been banned and so on repeatedly, but they still keep on going. God bless them for that.
Amen.
And so our politicians have not been listening. They've been importing Mohammedans for a long, long time. Don't know what the reason behind that is, but I can see that there are Christians who are being persecuted in southern Sudan, northern Nigeria, Artsakh, Armenia, China even, all across the world. Christians are being persecuted, but they're not being helped to come to Britain. So
yeah, and a century later, the Armenian genocide finally gets recognized, and then another few years later, after it finally gets recognized, another genocide takes place, and not even a single mass media coverage on that. Like,
over 120,000 Christians chased out their homes, being fired at with rockets, bullets. Not a single stream or video about it.
Not even crocodile tears. Not even that.
No. Oh, but Islam.
If the politicians think, yeah, we.
Sorry, cut you off. Sorry.
Well, but with Islam, they're all over it like a rash.
Yeah,
I believe that, like, because of that, one of the shorts that I've got that I did, where a member of the House of Lords got caught talking about, they've already won. There's no point fighting back. In fact, because the way the morals of the people have gone already, we might as well let Islam have their revolution, and it would probably benefit the UK if they, were to take over, because there'll be a religious and political identity as one, which will eventually be globalized anyway. They said, so what's the point of shedding blood over it when we can just let them do it now? That's people in power talking like that, giving up before, basically saying, it's going to happen. It'll be good for the country, actually, because they, there's a few, they don't like homosexuals, they don't like Jews, because most of the people that you see in Parliament, they are anti-Semitics. They don't like Jews at all. That's why there's a massive persecution of Israel. With the UN calling for an arrest for Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, really? I missed that one. I hate to say. Yeah, actually, no, I remember that. That was, yeah.
It's they painted him to be this monster, and all he's doing is trying to get the hostages home. And if it was any other country, with the facts of how even the British have fought in urban territories just exactly like Gaza, and the death rates during the time period of when we operated were, I think it was something like 12 times the amount that Israel have done, which does make them the most moral army in the world, because believe me, the British army wouldn't be phoning people telling them that they're about to be there in 4 hours time, or a rocket's going to go off. The British army or the United States army wouldn't try and evacuate you before they sent a missile in. They'd just do it.
Yeah, I mean, then there's that. I mean, there's also the World Trade Center's 9/11. Putting all that stuff to the side, and Burla and the vaxxers and all that. You know how I feel about this, but for the sake of the audience, let me throw in my 2 cents on that. It's not all that Israel is doing, is trying to get the hostages. If you kill over 10,000 other people other than the soldiers, that's what Hillary Rodham Clinton would call collateral damage. You can't just say that's all they're doing. But that being said, as the Greeks say, "Enuite." Well, what do you expect? I mean, you go in there, you terrorize these people forever. That being said, what do you expect when you build a state of Israel in the 1950s? But then again, now it's built. You lost your war. Islam was part of the Nazi campaign in World War II. They lost their lands, and now the victors got the booty, got the land, and decided to give this land back to the Jews. Live with it. But instead, they've terrorized, the Jews and all that, and there's been this ongoing war, centuries-old war, really, but ongoing war because of it. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Sorry.
I've been called a Zionist. I'm not a big fan of the Jews. I really ain't. I'm not an anti-Semitic neither.
I mean, when you say anti-Semitic, forgive me, I don't want to speak for you, but yeah, the whole anti-Semitic word gets thrown around too. An anti-Semitic is actually someone who wants to kill someone, wants to kill the Jews. That's anti-Semitic, not someone who speaks the truth about their evils. There's two different things. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so well, I don't even talk about them in a bad way.
Yeah.
It's just like they're to me, the Jews are just a community of people who like to live the way that they live. They're not very dangerous people.
That's where you and I disagree, but all right.
Yeah. The majority of the Jews that you'll find in countries like the US and in Western countries are, they integrate, they fit in well, they do their own thing. Yes, they have their own way of life and their own culture and traditions, but it's treated in a way that it should be. They don't try to force themselves in to other communities. They keep themselves to themselves. And the ones that do integrate and want to fit in and be a part with everyone else, they do so nicely. And there are so many examples of that where you can see so many actors, so many people that work in the medicine industry. You wouldn't know we're Jewish unless you ask them.
Actually, I do know they're Jewish. Anyway, I mean, let's do a stream about that. Let's dedicate a stream to that. What do you say?
Yeah, I could do, yeah.
All right. So now that I took us off on a tangent, should we continue the video? All right.
More immigrants for whatever reason, be it GDP, jobs, whatever reason they give. At least they could have been importing people with our values, but they haven't. They've been importing people who are hostile to our values, people who hate us and hate our way of life, which we can speculate all day as to why, but we've seen the fruits of that. We've seen that young British working class girls are being raped, abused, and even sometimes killed because they're not seen as an ordinary human to these people in their culture.
He said the R word. He's an Islamophobe. That's why he said it. All right.
He said the what word?
The R word. Rape. Rape.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Rape or unalive someone.
Yeah.
Acceptable. The Pakistani Muslim rape gangs have been.
I mean, yeah. Forgive me. I keep cutting it off, and I keep because you're obviously exhausted. But I just. Yeah, I just can't help myself.
So will she allow me to make a rape on her? Yes, a rape. I would like to make a rape. No, I would like to make...
You know he's... She was 9 years old! Aisha was 9 years old!
Emotional, damn it!
Yeah, bottom line.
Covered up by the establishment for far too long, from every level, from the local councillors to parliamentarians to the police forces. It's been covered up every way from the councillors. And why? For the sake of diversity, inclusion, and equality. And I think it's time we said, actually, we don't want to be diverse. To be diverse means to remove something to replace it with something else. We don't want to remove Christianity. We don't want to remove Britishness or Englishness to replace it with a foreign hostile ideology. We don't want to be inclusive of everything. Not all ideas are equal.
You know, we did a stream on this yesterday, all these buzzwords that he's talking about, and we went down the list in detail of what they're supposed to mean, what they actually mean, and all these things. So I encourage you guys to check out that stream too. But I'll do more coming up.
We live in a society, and we have to contribute to that society. Men contribute in different ways to women, but all of us contribute together to building this kingdom that we live in. And that needs to be recognized again. We need to ignore the people who are saying that men and women are the same, because men and women have different gifts. We need to ignore the people who are saying that every culture is the same, because every culture is different and some are better than others. And of course, we need to get back to that recognition of diversity, inclusion, and equality is harmful for our country. Let's rip that out, rip out wokeness, rip out Islam, and put Christianity back at the forefront. Let's remind ourselves who we are as a people. We're a Christian people. We believe in the Christian God. We believe in faith.
Can you rewind a bit and get a caption of that guy that I just went on? There. Yeah. Are you able to zoom? Yeah, zoom into his face.
Which one? The one guy top middle?
Yeah. Yep. So if you can see his right eye is closed.
Oh, wow.
So there was an instant that happened there. If you did I put I did. It's called fisticuffs.
Yeah.
So, which we'll show in a minute. Basically, Richard is one of the organizers of this event. He does a lot of work with Tommy Robinson. He's a lovely man. He's a Christian man. He talks a lot about Christianity and does a lot of content about Christianity and the history of Christianity with the UK. Now, again, he knows Tommy very well on a personal level and helps him in so many ways possible. Tommy adores the man. And he went to investigate. So many legends there in that picture. You've got the MP that was on there, Jarrah Batten. Right next to him with the red coat on, you got the traditional bricklayer. He's very famous on YouTube. And then to the left with the grey checker coat on is Paul Thorpe, who's just upped himself up. He was a watch seller who got attacked by Muslims for his watch, and then he started creating content. So many legends. But yeah, so Richard Inman, who's there with the circled around his face, goes to investigate what was going on. We were a bit worried. I was worried at first as well, because let me cover up how easy something could have happened. I went to London on a coach with a bag. I did not get checked at any point. It could have had absolutely anything in it. Now, I was unpacking my bag during the thing. I was very close up, as you can tell, by Tommy and a lot of people, and I was surrounded by a lot of people. If I wanted to be like one of those Islamists that took out the children at the Ariana Grande concert, I'm just painting a picture in your head here. It would have been very easy for someone who wanted to do something to take out Tommy and his team and the supporters there. If they were going to do so, they could have done it yesterday. Very easily. Because I didn't get checked or anything. I was getting stuff out of my bag. No one was looking, nothing. And I thought it was very, very strange that there was not much security on that. So Richard goes and investigate, but don't let that put you off. The truth is the truth. You should be prepared to die for that, let alone anything else. Richard goes to investigate what's going on. Now, we didn't know what was going on. I thought...
I'm sorry. Yeah, can you keep your train of thought? I got to interject.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you just said something very powerful. You're willing to die for the truth. Even atheists, we had one in our stream, was saying those exact same sentiments. Who disagrees? Leftists, Muslims. Muslims are willing to die for lies. Just had to say that. I'm sorry. Please continue. I don't want to lose your train of thought.
Yeah. So, so no one knew what was going on. I started to worry. I thought, what I'm going to do is get my phone out and record just in case. So I have my wits about me. I was already had my mind like what to do if this, that, or the other happens. Now, I already made my exit in my mind before the phone even come out of my pocket. But when the phone did come out and I was able to record what was going on, basically, I found out what had happened. The lads told me. So there were some antagonists. I don't know if they were counter protests, but there were some people that were there that were either drunk and there for Tommy's cause, or were there just because they were bored and they wanted to see what was going on. Didn't really care about the actual message or whatever. And what they were doing was ripping phones out of people's hands because they didn't want to be filmed. And they were throwing them as far as they possibly could into the crowd. So a couple of lads got annoyed at this because they were doing it to women who couldn't fight back. So a couple of the lads, they were a couple of the boys, should I say, stood up for him and was like wanted to dig in and give him a good smack. But the problem is this is during the documentary which is being aired on the big screen. Everyone stood still. They're watching it, paying attention to Tommy's and his message. And Richard, most of Tommy's team are his friends and people that love and adore him and vice versa. Richard goes out before any of the stewards or hired security do to try and split it up and tell them to pack it in because, we don't want to play in. Last thing they need is the cops bursting in the middle of a 10,000 to 30,000 man strong field full of men and women, who are watching in the middle of watching a documentary rally, splitting things up. So he tried to sort it out himself. As a result, he got punched in the face. And before he even got away from the people, his eye was like that.
Wow.
It was worse than that.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yeah, he probably got medical attention. I mean, he's a 60-year-old gentleman. He's getting punched in the eye. It's just disgusting.
Yeah, it looked worse. When he first got punched, it was all blue and it was really out. But then obviously he got an ice pack and they gave him some eye drops. He was supposed to deliver a speech yesterday, but couldn't. And I think when I say couldn't, it was for two reasons. I think it was one, a bit of embarrassment about what had happened, and his face had changed and people would have started asking questions. So I think he wanted to keep that quiet and out of
the mass media spin.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
But not only that, I think he felt a bit knocked back by it, which I would have been. Being punched at something that you organised for the greater good. And so he didn't deliver a speech in the end. And when Tommy got wind of this, I was shouting over to Tommy and saying, "Speak up, grab your mic, tell him to pack it in." But then I stopped because I realised because if they do, the police will catch on. They'll come in and they'd love to make a big thing of it. We got rid of them in the end. The lads that were doing it, they were kicked out. They're gone, and we separated the other lads that were trying to fight them and beat them up because they should have just walked off and ignored them, but they didn't. And just told the security, but they didn't. They wanted to be a boy and start throwing their weight around, so they got kicked out too. So luckily it come to an end before. If you'll see in a minute. Oh no, we'll watch it. And when we do, you'll see Tommy does go to grab his mic to intervene, but then it calms down a bit. The one that I put up is the first bit that happened. There's one I haven't put up yet of where I think that you can actually see him getting punched. But we'll continue.
Yeah, quick reminder. Remember to sub for, if you haven't already, Patriotic Christian. Likewise, me, Francis Bull, all the above. Yeah, let's keep it going. Let's band together. All the censorship. Let's band together and keep these fascist, commie, Nazi, pagan orgs. These socialist platforms that limit our communication accountable. Lawsuits, class action suits. I call on everyone to do that. Everyone's being censored unjustly, and we need to stop allowing that by doing nothing and then playing, with their rules. Oh, I can't say murdered. How am I supposed to stop murder if I don't say murder? Like I don't want murder. So if I can't say it, then why should I have to say unalive? I mean, come on,
Just before I forget my train of thought.
Yeah.
That's something very important I want to cover. This is how fascist the left are, right?
Mm.
There's a very big viral video going around on TikTok and other places at the moment. Do you know what it covers?
Shoot.
Have a guess. Think of the most fascist, anti-Semitic man in the world that ever existed.
Muhammad. Sorry.
After Muhammad.
Hitler? Hitler?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
His speech has been transmitted by AI into English, but using what Hitler's voice would have sounded like if he was English and speaking within English. In America, the left liberal and especially Generation Z and the millennials have been adoring it, listening to the speech going, how so true, how amazing, he was right, this is what, why didn't we know of this? There's a trend going on with Hitler's speech.
You got to be kidding me. That's interesting. Whoa, that's creepy.
We'll listen to it on another stream.
Yeah, let's do that.
Maybe we should do tomorrow Hitler's speech.
Oof. Well, let's dedicate some time. I want to research that too, man. That sounds like something we definitely.
Yeah, Hitler's speech, the new trend. That'll be a good title.
Yeah, fantastic. Let me write that down. Make sure I don't forget. Hitler's speech, new trend. Yeah. All right. I should be sorry. Let's play the video. Let's continue.
Christian people, we believe in the Christian God. We believe in faith, hope, and love. We believe that Jesus Christ died on the cross for us because we are sinners. And he died for that reason to offer us, and he rose again to offer us eternal salvation, that we might live forever in him. That is a wonderful blessing, a wonderful gift that he presents to us, and we are the ones who have to accept it. Repenting of our sins and acknowledging faith in him. And to do that, to repent of our sins, we need to repent of all this for the last 20 years, this mass immigration, this mass importing of people that hate us, this self-hatred that a lot of people in this country have. We need to repent of all of that, and we need to...
Yeah, self-hatred, that's a big one too. That's a mass media thing. The self-loathing and, the Misery Loves Company thing, projecting and, so much going on. I'm so glad. I mean, this is the wonderful thing about Christianity. No, it's not quote unquote the human spirit. It's Christianity. Christians, coming together, wanting to be loving towards each other and God. That's what unifies us, especially, and as you said earlier, in the face of oppression, of torture, from the very beginning. Yeah.
Amen. So if we go on fisticuffs.
Fisticuffs. All right. Well, I've got the one foreign minister, the one that Francis shared. No Sharia law. All right, give me a minute for fisticuffs. I got to find that one again. Sorry. No, yeah, I got to get that one again. Got to cue that up.
Yeah, fisticuffs.
Yeah, I had that earlier. Okay, here it is. Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is when it was all unfolding, when no one knew what was going on. Just come out of nowhere. It was worrying as well. And in my mind, the main thing I was worried about was shit. They've won. I was thinking they've manage to get in the counter protesters or antagonists, and they're going to cause a massive, fight. It was worrying. The guy in the green jacket that's throwing his weight around was stood by me the whole time before this went off. He was telling me how he was going to go smash their faces, and I said, "Don't, because you'll spoil it for everyone, especially Tommy." There's a lot of work that's gone into this, a lot of money people have spent traveling to come to this, and a lot of patience people have had to hold. And this is a glorious day for Britain. Don't wreck it because you got anger issues of a child. Grow up.
Right, there's that. Yeah, all right, so let's kick it. Ready?
Yeah.
Talk, or you couldn't even post your opinion on social media. So not to go within 100 metres of Stradley Park Hotel, not to engage in any protest activities, not to publish any information or data online. They took away your ability to even discuss this topic. How did the media?
They put all the details about me being arrested, my name, my address, my age, but they've never once said everything was dropped.
They kept you under these conditions, which limited your ability to use the internet, or to talk about this issue, or to protest, or to walk your dogs down the end of the road.
They have no freedom, do they?
Okay.
I'll put the other one up soon, but it's the one where the actual fight happens, which is worse than that. It's a bit more people are involved, pushing and grabbing and shoving, and I thought it was going to go off, but luckily it didn't. And it's just a bit where I got Tommy grabbing the microphone. He was about to intervene. But yeah, luckily it just stopped, which was good. What's the other one that I sent you?
Oh yeah, let's do the one that Francis shared with us. I've got two more left, and I think that'll be too segue. And if you think of anything,
do the one that I sent you from me first, and then we'll do the Francis one after.
All right.
That's a different topic.
No Sharia law in the UK?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Okay, if you insist, I think it would have been a better setup to do the other one first. But all right, you know better. All right, give me 1 second. Okay. All right. No Sharia law in the UK. Oops, let's try the volume.
Everything. Up here, speakers calling Bob. I have never seen anyone. Anyone.
Oh no, we watched this one.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just play the other one by Francis.
Okay. So
for some reason, Francis sent me this, but I could only have just got on it just now after restarting my phone. This was, I think he sent me it during Revert Muslim was on, but
oh yeah,
he said share this on your stream. So let's see what it's about.
All right.
English. So you, and let me say this in English so you can understand what I'm saying.
I have translation.
No, I know you have translation, but I just want to make sure you get it right. There will come a day that we will see far more radical extremists and terrorists coming out of Europe because of lack of decision-making, trying to be politically correct, or assuming that they know the Middle East and they know Islam and they know the others far better than we do. And I'm sorry, but that's pure ignorance.
Yeah, I don't know if I completely agree with the sentiments. I mean, I agree with the first thing you said. Let me just speak in English because I don't want your translator to get that wrong. Perfect. AI is crap. There's nothing like the human brain. It's hard. They spent decades trying to replicate it, and they're still failing. What I'm going to do in the short where you did the Alexa, I'm also going to include the whole AI art where they had black and Chinese Nazis and all that. Yeah. So, anyways, but also this, I get wore out hearing people say, you know what, it's ignorance. It's ignorance. And no, it's not ignorance. These people we're not more intelligent than our leaders. I mean, I'm sorry if that hurts people's egos, but we're not. They're in power for a reason. It's not because they're stupid. It's evil. They love evil. That's why they do it. It's not stupidity. Stupidity has nothing to do with it. Yeah, and then the terrorists coming out of European nations. No, they came out of the Middle East, which has become predominantly.
No, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
He's saying that we think we know better than they do about.
Yeah, that I agree with.
Yeah, and he said terrorists are coming here.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is that the terrorists aren't coming from Europe. I understand what you're saying, but the way he worded it, I'm correcting the way he worded it. The terrorists are not coming out of Europe. I understand it. He's trying to emphasize a point by being creative, let's call it that, or exaggerating something. But the terrorists are coming out of the Middle East, which has become predominantly Muslim because of the Islamic fascist cult. The other terrorists that might come out of Europe would be the mass media Moonies, the cyborg zombie goats, the commie Nazi pagans, people that have been conditioned to get triggered or try to use triggers to incite others and are just, for example, setting themselves on fire in front of Trump Towers before he even takes office, or setting themselves on fire to show solidarity with Hamas. What the hell? That's why I call them mass media Moonies, by the way, because I saw them setting themselves on fire almost 2 decades before it started happening. I mean, that's how much we bought into mass media messaging. We were literally, or some people are literally willing to invest their lives into the rhetoric. Sorry,
yeah.
I'm the soapbox. Yeah.
I agreed with what he said, though, to every letter. It was when he said all that back then, and he talked about how, we think we know Islam better than they do and whatever. And for him to have the guts to say that, and something about him was a bit strange of him saying it, because he is clearly a Muslim, and for him to talk about Islam and say they think they know Islam better than we do, they clearly do not. It shows that he's basically saying, oh, there are some bad bits about us, so they haven't seen nothing like we have. So it's basically admitting that, that it's got its evils and whatever, which is a strange thing for a Muslim to do, but, as for this, the comments about, and as for about people in politics, not, people not being smarter than the leaders, well, I disagree with you on that. I mean, because there's people in the comments are saying, there we go, Biden. I was just about to mention him. Look for crying out loud.
Well, yeah, that's all theater, though, man. Like the guy in Pennsylvania.
He goes to big hands with ghosts.
Theater, like cinema.
It trips up on things. And
yeah, it's fabricated. Look, I mean, the reason they put that guy to run for president, and he quote unquote won, is to exactly that, to incite people. Look, let's look at Pennsylvania, for example. The conservative candidate for Pennsylvania was a Muslim. How the hell does that happen? Are people that stupid? Are the leaders that stupid? No, it's all show. And what was his opposition from the left? A tard who can't even hold a sentence. I mean, you think Biden looked bad? You should hear this guy speak. And he had this massive bubble, like a second head coming out of his neck, a libtard. And he beat the Muslim, thank God. But I mean, those were the choices people had for Senate in Pennsylvania. Come on, man. Biden would say.
I don't know. I disagree. But the same with here we have Rishi Sunak. There was plenty more smarter people that could have taken the seat. Suella Braverman, she was an absolute brilliant candidate that would have stopped the boats. And she's from Middle Eastern descent as well. Just to see the comment that you brought up, Tama Lama or Tama Lama. if you really do want more people watching me and listening to me, please share my profile on as many groups as you can. Let them know I'm from the UK. Let them know that my message doesn't just represent the UK, it represents the West as a whole. But also we are experiencing the same thing. And when we're talking yesterday about uniting the people, we weren't just talking about the people in the UK. We want to unite everyone across the West. That's why we had Don Keefe there, and other people from America, Australia, Canada, Ireland, Wales, Scotland. We're all experiencing this woke, left, liberal, cancellation, snowflake, whatever you want to call it, agenda amongst and riddled with Islam. And the only way to fight that is when you find people like Tommy, people like myself and Nico, who have got the guts and glory about them to speak up about it. And not just speak up about it, but present you the facts, the truth, the proof, and the evidence for you to spread. So when I say share the links of our channels, don't just share it. Write a bit of commentary if you can, please, and just say, look guys, I was listening to this stream. These guys make absolutely amazing sense of what's going on today. I plead for you to subscribe to their channels or click on one of their streams, hear them out. And if you do, you won't believe how much power that has. Because some people did it today and my stream tripled. My subscriber total tripled in a day just by people sharing, saying, watch this, listen to this guy. And when you have people do that for you, which takes a matter of seconds, if not minutes, then you're doing an amazing job for us, because then we can reach out to more people, and we can unite, and we can, and we will. We got 4 years,
and we are
now. This is perfect because there's a saying, and it's true. I don't care what anyone says, it's true. The UK is the USA's lapdog. We always have been, right? Since we formed a relationship, we've always followed after the States, always, with everything.
Interesting. As an American, so to speak, I see it the exact opposite. I always thought America was the UK's lapdog, but either way, let's call it a symbiotic relationship.
States is far more bigger, because it goes by the economy.
There's that. Fair enough.
So, and then the size of population. So, what the States do, is just, especially in regards to NATO as well, is the States are the USA is the leading country of the whole world. It's it's the father of all countries. Then you got the UK. Whatever happens in America always happens here, but 4 to 5 years after, which signals that it's because of an election. So at the moment, you got lefties in. We've got a so-called conservative government, which is nothing compared to the conservative government of the past. And you're about to, because you guys know it just as much as we know we're going to get Keir Starmer, you're going to get Trump. No matter how many times they try to put criminal charges on before November happens for you guys, he will be elected the president. Keir Starmer will be elected prime minister. Keir Starmer is completely liberal, completely Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Open borders, everything, right? So whilst you guys are going to be fixing the States and building the back America, we're going to be falling and falling. So you're going in one direction, we're going in the other. Eventually, come the next election in 4 years' time, 4 to 5 years' time, there's going to have to be middle ground somewhere. And the only way you can get that middle ground is by voting for the opposite party of the spectrum. So you might get a good next. I think when Trump gets in office this time, he's going to be there for a very long time. Because people seen what it's like having a liberal government for 4 years in the sense of the modern liberal ways with people like Biden and Clinton, Hillary, and and the same with us. Like Keir Starmer, we don't want him in charge, but the problem is there's not much choice. It's just passing the baton down now. There's no difference between the parties themselves. They're all one of the lib lab cons, we call them, because they're just the same. Yeah. In America, there's a massive difference between Biden and Trump. The Republicans.
See, that's where we disagree. All right. But as someone who was raised in America who's known Trump before he started running for office, can I just say I might have a closer experience to who Trump really is?
Yeah, but people do change. They do. I changed.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, again, with the Orthodox, or some believe that Russia will come in during this World War III thing and save Greece from Islam. But I mean, think about Saul, right? If you put me back in the day of Saul, and you came along and said, "Hey, man, you remember Saul? Yeah, he's like he's saving Christians now. Check out what he has to say." I'd be like, so yeah. I mean, that's why we don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit. You never know. I agree with that, but I mean, I'm more like St. Thomas. I got to put my finger in it to believe.
So Yorkshire T said, "Do you think Reclaim Party should be our vehicle in 5 years' time?" The answer to that is no. There's a number of reasons for which would take too long to explain. However, I believe what will happen is Reclaim and Reform and the Tories, the Conservative Party, will mix, and you'll have a more right-wing conservative government. So it'll still be under the Conservative name, but you'll have people like Lawrence Fox, people like Richard Tice, may not be them, it may not be them that are in the party, possibly Nigel Farage, maybe Boris Johnson might come back as well. They'll do a massive change in the Conservatives to try and get back government. They have to. They've got no choice. When they hear the voice of us over the next 4 to 5 years of what we want and how annoyed we're more annoyed we're going to get when Keir Starmer gets in power, they're going to have to try and do whatever they can to please us. And the Tories are going to have to go back to their old ways and old traditions of thinking. And by doing that, all they've got to do is bring out the history books. Maggie Thatcher. I mean, they were painted her, and even the British public painted Maggie Thatcher to be horrible, but, loads of people actually love her now. I'd even go as far as Enoch Powell. Yeah, and when you look at those guys, which we bring up now quite a lot, that's the type of Conservative Party we're going to have in the next 4 to 5 years, I believe, because at the moment they're so woke and left that there's no difference between them and Labour, and there's no difference between Labour to the liberal Democrats. So you'll see, because there's no much difference. It can't get any more woke than what it is now. It's just, it's impossible. So it will only go one way. And usually when it does it in an extreme thing.
Yeah.
So when it does, you're going to see a massive change in 4 or 5 years' time, which should be glorious. If not, I'll be surprised. If not, then that's it. We're done.
We're not done. I wouldn't say we're done, but never say never about it not getting worse. I mean, I often wonder about this myself. You know, the biblical predictions about the end of the times, and it feels like we're living it. Just how bad is it going to get? I mean, when you read the descriptions, it doesn't. What's happening now, you can say, yeah, it fits the bill, but maybe not to the extreme that is described, or as we understand it, or at least some of us understand it. So I got to wonder, can it get worse? I personally expect it to get worse, but
yeah, it can get worse in the terms of open border. You can't get wokery worse than what it is now. And in terms of, like, you know, equality and all that inclusion stuff, they're already sacking people, jailing people, and doing God knows what else. Yeah, stop being offended, Francis. Stop getting offended and triggered.
Speaking of which, you sent another video. You said this came up while you left, so you didn't catch it.
Is that video that he sent us anyway? We covered that a couple of weeks ago. We already did it, Francis. We're already on it. Don't worry.
I think this was from the rally.
Catch up. No, you remember when we did that? When we had Syrian Seeker on, and we were talking about or was it Muhammad Aurelius who come on and spoke about the guy in Saudi, the one that we just watched, who predicted that it would all happen. We watched it. We brought it up.
The demonstration. It says, let me see. Lamb. Here, let me show you. Hold on. Here, this one.
No, what's that?
Okay, there you go. All right. So yeah, so he says this is a part of the speech that was said while you're leaving or after you left, something to that effect. So you didn't catch it.
Right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I'd love to watch it. I haven't seen it.
All right.
Now, we just asked one more thing. We're going to be live in about an hour. Cole Benjamin, Mayor 2C, Lawrence Fox. We're going to be talking about today, banging heads on what we do next, talking about 27th of July. You have all acted impeccably, behaved impeccably today. Okay? Well done. Well done. Do you know what? Well done to the Metropolitan Police Force for staying out of the way as well. That's all we are. Stay out of the way, lads. Right? If you'd have stayed out of the way on St George's Day, there would have been no trouble. If you'd have stayed out of the way on Armitage Day, there would have been no trouble. Right? You stayed out of the way today. There's been no trouble. Thank you, everyone here. Okay, it's been a great day. I'm going to get some lamb chops in the corner. Right. Hey.
Okay. All right.
Lamb chops on the corner.
All right. So yeah, break us down for us, lay people that didn't quite catch everything he was trying to say there.
So the Met Police. So basically, on St George's Day, they antagonised people that were just going to attend where Tommy and all the lads were set up. So they blocked them off, and they basically enclosed and surrounded a load of people that were on a pavement walking, and started treading on them with the police horses and drew batons out on them. And they got it caught on camera, and then of course it went on the media, and they said, "Oh, hooligans kick off the police," blah 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 blah, which nothing happened. Armistice Day was the same. They made like massive barriers up, and they were all dressed in riot gear, unnecessary, and wouldn't let us Brits or patriots, if you like, I wasn't there, but talking on behalf of us people, go near the cenotaph. And there was threats of it being damaged by Muslims and Islamic extremists who wanted to. They did damage it and spray paint it days before. You know, like the Churchill statue and the cenotaph, which the cenotaph is for all our fallen soldiers during World War I and II. And just before Armistice Day, they decided to damage it, and it had to be boarded up. And to stop the Patriots from putting, you know, what the poppies and stuff like that down, what they wanted to put down, they, the police basically barricaded all the Patriots out from it and caused a massive problem and a big riot over it all. And again, you know, the Patriots and the British that truly loved the nation and the fallen soldiers, people like my great grandfather, look, well, he didn't die in the war, he survived, but who fought for this country, they wanted to pay their respects. But we're being taught now, and we're being brainwashed into hating our history, hating our culture, and hating our past.
Yeah.
And it's horrible. That's why in one of the videos, when they were talking about we owe it to our, you know, there's that saying, lest we forget. So we shouldn't forget about never forget what happened. We will never forget. We owe a debt. There's a saying, we owe a debt to our ancestors for what they've done for our country and for our freedom. Because if they didn't win, and there was a very high chance that they wouldn't, if they didn't, we wouldn't be speaking English, we wouldn't have the freedoms we have today. So we owe them a debt, and it's now that we pay back that debt. And that's what we're doing. We're paying back that debt. The only way we can do it is if we have the same might, determination, and fight that our forefathers had. People like my great granddad, who used to jump out of airplanes at night, being shot at by Nazis, couldn't see anything, didn't know if his parachute would work, but would jump out of a plane, who volunteered, didn't get picked for national service or anything like that. He volunteered with his friends to go and protect. And he didn't meet my grandmother, his daughter, until she was 7 years old. And she spotted him walking down the lane towards the house from a photo she remembered seeing on her fireplace. She knew it was her dad, my great granddad. That was the first time they met. And that beautiful. That's why when he went on like that, I looked to the sky and I said, that's for you, Granddad. We'll win. I had the pleasure of meeting him and knowing the man for throughout my childhood. He was 88 years old and he was riding a push bike to the shop still, getting his paper, his sweets and pipe tobacco. Absolutely lovely man. And even then, he we used to see things on the news. If ever he's seen it, or if there was any talk or any news about I won't say too much, but he'd go, bloody line them all up and shoot them. Fire them. He'd go, send them to the firing line.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, the majority of the men back in the army, this is what I think. I think that there should be rules for you to become a member of government in a party. I believe fully that if you are, then you should be or should have served at least 4 years in the forces, because no one knows the country better or no one's more disciplined than someone who's been on tour and fought for their country. Because you got to think the discipline and rigor they have to go through and training they have to go through to become who they are as servicemen, the responsibility they carry whilst in service makes them who they are, and they make great leaders. And when they get sent to a country that is completely different to ours and see how bad it is, and it makes them realize how much they love their country. So when you come back, they've still got that war mindset of, I need to protect my country. I need to protect my people. That's the type of people we need in power. We need leaders like that. Not like, you know, because that's who we used to have. Winston Churchill was an ex-soldier. You know, we used to have ex-military all the time in the government.
Hey, what about Ronald Reagan? He played a soldier in a movie. I like Reagan.
Stallone played Rocky Balboa.
I'm rethinking that, but anyway, there you go.
Will Smith played Muhammad Ali. Yeah, he only bitch slapped that guy, didn't he? What was his name?
Yeah, he played a soldier too. He was fighting aliens in the movie. So there you go.
Well, bad boys. But yeah, so it would be amazing.
Conversation.
It would be amazing to see some kind of like change in the rules of the polling system, the way that works, the voting system as a whole, and also, you know, a ruling way. There needs to be a kind of an investigation, or at least a look into how things have got so bad and how we can prevent it happening again, and changes that we can endorse to make sure that, you know, nothing like this ever happens again. So see, like Artai says, have you all think it's a little bit too late for the UK doing this? And I'm sure this guy,
he's a alleged Freemason according to his logo, but who knows?
Doesn't know his Bible. Don't know who they're referring to. Me.
They're being an antagonist. Yeah,
no, that's fine. They're saying I don't know believe me, I know my Bible.
Oh, this was actually it could have been about anybody. I mean, this was like from the very beginning of the stream, like 4 hours ago. So, but yeah, either way, he's still being an antagonist either way. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't class as that. And I'm sure this guy doesn't know his Bible. I know my Bible. The difference is, Artai, is I'm a convert to Christianity, so a lot of my views and a lot of my attitudes and morals and what have you have followed from my atheistic life. And some things are hard to change.
As we have an expression, we have an expression in America, been there, done that. So he's preaching to the choir, like as if you're inferior somehow, which is what they're conditioned to do. Sorry, go on.
Now, I'm in complete agreement that I do not live my life as a Christian should. I'll fully admit that live, anytime, anywhere. I try my best, though.
Yep.
That's all I can do. And God knows that. I do try my best. I curse sometimes. I try not to, but I curse less than I used to. I don't commit adultery anymore. I try my best not to steal, although I live stream some films if I can. But you know, point me a sinless person apart from Jesus, and I'll point you to someone who is clean.
Yeah, I mean that's the difference between Christians, generally speaking, and others. You know, Christians are working towards perfection, as Christ describes it.
Yeah, I mean, I am very guilty. I know there's a lot of things that I need to work on. I need to especially start attending church and liturgy a lot more than I do. But let me tell you something now. I spend all my time, if not most of it, talking and working about God and Christ. So if that's not worship in itself, then tell me what is.
Amen. Yeah, and we see the sentiment often. Atheists supporting Christianity, and of course, not being a fan of Islam or things like that. I mean, it's quite common. It's great to see.
You know what? Do you know what I heard the other day? Which, before I forget, which I thought was absolutely beautiful. I was in the pharmacy the other day collecting my prescription medication, and whilst I was in there was a new lady there, and she asked a patient who was collecting their prescription, "What's your So she said, "What's your name?" And he gave her surname, and she said, "No, what's your Christian name?" I haven't heard anyone say that for years. Absolutely years. And I thought, wow, that's beautiful. And he answered straight away. And I thought, I doubt you were, because you can tell if someone's Christian or not. This person was like you could tell wasn't, but still answered. So it was almost like identities instilled in us all. And
wow.
Like Sleeping Polar Bear said there, she was brought up in a Christian school. So was I. So I got, I was on the cold assembly school floors, banging out hymns and going to Nativity every Christmas and doing Christingle. I loved all that. And then once you leave school, it's gone. Unfortunately. There's none of that now in schools. Instead, you've got drag queens with their tackle hanging out between their legs, teaching children how to twerk.
Which we need to put an end to immediately.
Yeah, it's pedophilia and it's perversion of all levels.
And paganism. Yeah.
Yes, got to stop. Funnily enough, Pride Month. We'll have to cover that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I thought Pride Month was February.
It's every month is Pride Month these days.
I'm pretty sure it was Pride Month in February.
I don't know.
What month was February? I don't know. Can anyone in the comments tell me what month February is? Because then we've got Black History Month. I'm sure that's November or October.
That's February, actually. That is February for sure.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, it is Pride then. Oh, great. A month full of it. Satanic.
Well, I mean, that's the way I felt about Black History Month. I mean, it started for a while there, about a decade ago. It was like Black History Quarter for, a month before, a month after. And you're like, okay, well, what, you racist? But that's the thing. I mean, Black History Month was all about being racist. And as we see now, quite overtly, hypocritically, ethnic cleansing white people and all that. That's what it was all about. I mean, you don't.
The thing is, the left, they're quick to point a finger and say racist, right? But they'll sack people for being white just so that they can tick boxes saying, oh, yeah, we're diverse. We've got equality here. That's racist.
Yeah. I mean, it's all.
Sorry, I was saying that's very racist.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so it's all that didactic stuff, that I keep trying to touch on. It's all always didactic. You have to choose one or the other. And quite often, you shouldn't be choosing either because it's all the same. It takes you to the same end. It triggers all the same passions, and it's all the same result. With sexism, man, woman, it's all about gender hatred. Men hating women and women hating men. That's the end of the agenda, regardless. Same thing with black and white. You bite into that, now you're going to be racist either way. Same thing with, you name it. Trump, Biden, left, right, Ukraine and Russia, Palestine, Israel. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. It's always didactic for a reason. It's to cause division and to fabricate conflict where it didn't exist before. Have you ever read something called the Willie Lynch letters?
No.
Okay, I got to share that with you. I'm gonna put it in chat, but yeah, I got to share that with you personally. Basically, it's a letter written to a Virginia plantation owner who owned slaves, describing how you're going to best control your slaves. And what the letter was suggesting was that you fabricate conflict. You can fabricate. You take the smallest difference and you exaggerate it. Inciting jealousy. And that way, when you create this conflict and they're fighting each other, they're so busy fighting each other that they're not too concerned about your abuses or exploitation of them. And you can control them better that way.
Just exactly what our establishments are doing now.
Worldwide. Exactly.
Global level, yeah. It's It's definitely terrible. Wow, we've been going on for 5 hours now.
I was just about to say, so we wrap things up. Do you have any closing thoughts?
Yeah, yesterday was, like I said, absolutely an amazing experience for me and the whole of Britain as a whole. For those who went there and those who watched it live, what an incredible day. I'll never forget it. And it wasn't just a fact of going there. It was, I definitely had God on my side with me there yesterday because I come home unscathed, a bit sore, but I managed to meet some of the people who I've been subscribed to for years. I let out all the built up self-doubt, self-hatred, I didn't have any hope for the future. It was horrible. But yesterday I come home so emptied of all that, with a massive, not just a glimmer, but a massive, massive sign of hope, with a beacon of light. And I'm happy. I can see that we're going to win. I seen the people that were there yesterday and the love and passion that they have. And if they're there like that here, it's going to be the same elsewhere. And there's nothing stronger than the fire of a heart in a patriot. And it's they'll always win. They will always, always win, whether it's here, America, whether it's in Ireland, Australia, Sweden. Eventually, all this nonsense will be written off, and we won't go back to it. It'll be the same as World War One and Two. We'll say never again, because this is big. It's bigger, and we're paying for it now. And although, yes, there's 70 million people that live here in the UK, and only 30, maybe 40,000 people there at the event yesterday. We're still the majority, believe it or not. The majority of the nation is thinking exactly the same as we are. And it's only the minority that are being heard at the moment because they're making the most noise. So we'll make noise back. The reason that we haven't been is because we've been silenced or shut down, but you can't do that to a majority. So when everyone does finally find their voice to speak up, we will conquer this nonsense. But the highlight of yesterday was that the whole thing was pro-Christian. I didn't expect that. I thought it was all going to be Tommy, all on Tommy, which was the reason I went. I wasn't expecting to go there and find anything other than Tommy and his message. And when I turned up there, I find if anything, Christianity was promoted more than Tommy's message of the actual two-tier policing system. Christ is King was chanted the whole way through the march and at the demonstration itself. You had Bob from Speaker's Corner brought up on stage. We had Father Calvin Robinson on there. We had Danny Tomo talk about Christianity. We had most of the talkers speak about the nation being a Christian nation and with Christian values. The whole crowd said the Our Father prayer together, and yeah, it was absolutely amazing. There was flags for Christianity. There was so much love for Jesus, for Christ. And do you know one thing that there's a message that, well, a comment I seen ages ago, which really hit me, and it said, when a nation turns its back on God, God turns his back on them. And yesterday I was thinking, the same comment come in my head, and I was thinking, well, this nation is about coming back. And I do believe there will be some kind of Christian revolution, be it Orthodox or not. There's going to be a Christian revolution. There's been plenty of the past, where Christianity went in decline, then something sparked a revolution. It's up to God whether they come to, well, not up to God, but up to the people, whether they come to orthodoxy and want to become part of the bridegroom. But we can't judge whether they're damned or whether they'll go to paradise or whatever, and vice versa. We're all believers in Christ. The traditions, some are the same, and some other teachings are the same. We all believe in the Trinity. We all believe in Christ, that he died for our sins and that he risen again. And we all love Jesus. So let's celebrate that we got in common, work together, united instead of divided, and let's get this done.
Yeah.
That's what I'd love to say, and I'll get some more content up. I've only put a quarter of the content that I've got.
Wow.
Visible up on YouTube, so I'll get some more up tomorrow.
Cool.
And there'll be plenty of. I've got over 300 videos that I've got to cover, and present on StreamYard to go over. And there's also, I think, 400 remixes that I've got to do on shorts that I've got saved. So I've got some work to do, and I've also got to get in contact through somehow. I got to get in contact with Tommy Robinson and his team to talk about July the 27th, and now I can help with that and be a part of it. So yeah, that's my closing thoughts.
Okay. Thank you. That was wonderful. And let me just say, again, thank you very much. I don't want to sound cheesy, but I generally appreciate, and I know a lot of people here do appreciate your dedication, your sacrifices, your sincerity. It shows, and your willingness to put up with me above all else.
We got them really well.
Yeah, we do. It's great. Yeah, man.
Next stream, I want to invite and introduce my hamster.
Oh, nice. And your dog. We got to bring.
Oh yeah, he's not in here at the moment. He's out. He's kicked out. Yeah, out with him.
But yeah, I mean, I imagine I've got like less than 100 subscribers, so I imagine everyone that's listening now is mostly on your channel. But if not, please subscribe. Yeah, keep on keeping on. I have to tell you that the work you do is tremendous, and just like God describes, you're the salt of the earth, a beacon of light for the rest of us. So we appreciate it.
Yeah, and guys, in the future, because I know it's made a massive impact, the camera's always going to be on. Oh, that's another thing. Next thing, did you see that? It was a clipped video from YouTube that I sent you from what Speaker's Corner did on me offering Muhammad a jab live on camera yesterday.
No.
You didn't see it. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, well, we'll do that another time. So yeah, basically, Amy and Jono from Speaker's Corner, they interviewed me, and I called Mohammed Hijab out live for a boxing match and a debate.
Oh yeah, wait, no, I did see that. My bad. Yeah, I did see that.
And yeah, so yeah, and they said, so there you go, Mohammed Hijab. He was going to stop being a wimp. Come and fight this man. So he will get that message now. He's got no choice. So let's see what happens with that, because that will be sent to him 100%. Once it gets on there, gets on their channel, that's going to be shown to him live in Speaker's Corner.
Nice.
We'll make
That's
sure.
epic. Epic. Oh man, that's going to be epic. I can't wait.
So guys, as well, last thing, like I said earlier, there's one thing sharing, so you can share it on your Facebook, share it on a group, share it on multiple groups, but there's another thing, writing just a little description about what you've witnessed, what you've heard, how it's helped you, how it can help others. Just do that, copy and paste it. Each time you share it, you're helping us, because it hits more people. And if they do click on and subscribe, it's potentially one, a soul saved, and two, it helps our channel grow. I'm looking to go big and do things major and bring change with what I want to do. And Nico is probably the same. Hopefully until he becomes the YouTube deacon of orthodoxy, which will be amazing when he does that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, deacon of orthodox. I like that. It has a ring to it. That's a kind of an inside thing, folks. If you see my testimony on his channel, you'll understand. But yeah, I like that. There's a nice ring to it. Yeah. So again, again, I mean, we're praising each other with praises here, but yeah, man, like it's just I have my struggles. I'm a bit ashamed. I'm reaching out to my audience for support financially, which is embarrassing, but putting in thousands of applications, worked a couple of decades towards doing things, and glory be to God, I'm at where I'm at. I teach online, little kids, so I get paid like minimum wage to do that. But it's just things just keep getting worse, and I've got a house that's falling apart on me. Leaks, it's electrical dangers and all that. I've talked about this in the past. As embarrassing as it is to say, that's where I'm at. If I had options, I would take them. Of course, I don't. So that's why I'm reaching out to you guys. If you can't, don't worry about it. I have my faith. I'll be led elsewhere. But if you have extra, if you can help me purchase a new computer, that would help at least keep this ministry going, if I may. But also help support me personally, so I can keep teaching online, which helps keep me alive. So, yeah. And so there's the link in the chat for that. And again, I commend you you've got all kinds of things going on yourself. Some things you've been public about, but you don't ask for that financial help, and I admire you for that too. So,
yeah. Well, I'm barely scrape it. Like I scrape by just, if that makes sense. So I do end up having to, unfortunately, obviously, because I don't work, because I'm awaiting, obviously, as you know, a liver transplant. It's so I only rely on the welfare what I get, but which isn't much. But it turns out I always end up borrowing on family just in the last week or two before payday comes, and then when the payday comes, it's the same routine. So I do end up sometimes having to borrow more or selling some items, but it's become like a norm now because of the cost of living. It's just like you're so used to it.
The new norm, right? The new norm. There you go.
Yeah. It's like I don't eat. I only eat one meal a day. Like tonight we because I've got my friend currently living with me at the moment. So I'll put her up. Yeah, so I treated us to a Chinese this evening, Chinese food, and I've got a Cadbury's Dairy Milk to attend to in a minute. That's my treat. But apart from that, usually like in a daytime, I'll only have one meal at night. I mean, that's, like I said, it's the new norm. I don't think anyone can afford to eat 3 times a day, and if they can, then I don't know how they do it now.
Living the life, right? Yeah.
So used to not doing it, just once a day.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is especially as men, we want to be better, and it's part of, our social system, even in the 21st century. So it's really difficult for men, after the lockdown, after 2 weeks of flatten the curve, what is it, 4 years later and counting? The destruction, the economic destruction, alone is just
I feel for all those that were self-employed or had businesses,
right.
Just
and so many of them were good businesses. They were doing really well, yet they were forced to shut their doors, and were never able to recover.
And as a result, there's limited amount of businesses that do certain things, and then so they've put their prices up deliberately, and the cost of materials have also gone up, so they have to put the prices up on top of that twice. So then you got, so say if your average electrician used to cost £150 for a call out, and then now you're looking at 600.
Yeah.
So it's just.
And the active destruction of industry, how livestock were forced to be executed and things like that. But all these other things. I mean, we should do another stream on that, but we've got to naturally. YouTube is a communist pagan organization, so we've got to watch. Maybe do part of it on YouTube here, and then do the rest on Rumble or something. We'll figure something out, but we should cover that too.
Yeah, I've got to start getting used to using Rumble. I've got a thing, but I just haven't. It's called Act Now Britain.
Share that with me. Yeah, when you get a chance, share in the Skype so I can.
Well, I got to change the name, haven't I, to the Patriotic Christians.
Oh yeah.
And I just want to glorify myself just before I end the stream. I can't believe that I went somewhere in London yesterday, which is the hometown of Francis Boole, and I got recognised by a subscriber when I've got not near enough a smidgen of the amount of subscribers he does, and I got recognised.
That is, yeah. All right. So on that note,
I've never. And this is the first stream I've done with my face on. They just recognized me from shorts.
Yeah, that's great.
But then again, once you've heard a great voice, you'll never forget it.
I wish I could see his face right now if he's still up.
He's gone. He's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's like what, 3:30 in the morning for you?
For a comment to come up saying, what is it, politically correct, aka PC. I'm here.
Yeah, cringe. Yeah. All right. So let's wrap it up. What do you say? Want to close up with the Lord's Prayer?
Yeah. Can you do it though? Because
sure. You're exhausted.
Rumble it up.
Yeah. All right. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, both now and ever, to the ages of ages. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah. Thank you again, everyone, for being with us, for all your support. Remember, please, to help us get the word out. Share, wherever you can. God bless you all. And blessed are those who endure unto the end.
Amen.
Okay. I'm going to do the intro exit video thing here. And go. try that again. What? It won't let me show it. All right, so let me show this other one, the other one. My apologies. Okay. That's YouBoob for you. I wonder why it won't let me show that. We showed it at the very beginning of the video.
Do you know what? They are playing up. I'm telling you now. There's something sinister going on.
Maybe we got zapped on YouTube. We'll see. All right, so let me go ahead and because we're also multicasting on other platforms, so maybe that's why the live stream is going, but my YouTube video play. Maybe I got flagged again. Glory be to God. You know, again, if that happens, people, if I disappear on YouTube, I'm either one, dead, two, my computer died and I couldn't afford a replacement, or three, YouBoob completely kicked me off and I'm on Rumble. Find me there. All right. So I'm gonna do the old outro instead. My apologies on that, but I'll have this intro posted in full as a separate video coming soon. I'm still tweaking some things, but at any rate, look out for that too. All right. Thank you again. Apologies for the tech issues. God bless. Take care.
Bye-bye.